I think we are live. Give me 1 second here, guys. Just checking if everything is good. I will be posting the link in the Discord. And I think that should be it. Alright. Welcome people. My name is Baldus and I have the absolute honor of hosting this lovely game in the Community Old World Tournament 2026. In today's match, we have Siontific facing off against Shaun. And just to briefly introduce these two players, I think most people would know Siontific right about now. He's been hosting and casting just about every single game so far in the tournament. And to my knowledge, I think he is the most knowledgeable guy in the entire tournament. He knows so many mechanics, he knows so many strange strategies, and he's a formidable player. But not to close down his opponent before it begins, we have in the other corner, you could say, Shaun, not a experienced player to the same extent as Siontific. However, he's been commentating, and I know for a fact he's a pretty decent single player guy with pretty advanced knowledge of the game mechanics, and he's been keeping up with the scene, the strategies, and I think he's got a good chance. I'm pretty sure we will have a good match on our hand. I'm pretty sure Siontific has said he would like to do something different, trying to show weird strategies. He's not all about winning, but more about putting on a good show. And I think that in itself is going to be the greatest advantage for our opponent, Shaun. And it seems we have an audience. Hello all, and hello chat. Welcome. And just to briefly introduce myself, I am Baldus. I'm a pretty experienced player in this game, not an experienced caster. I'll try to do my best. And if you have any questions, just fire away. I do have the chat open and trying to watch out. We will hopefully, and I can already tell you, be seeing something different. Just to go over the map, and then I'll introduce what the different players picked. We do have a arid plateau with quite a lot of city sites and two big lakes in the middle, as you can tell right here. We do have hunts on the map, and in not big numbers, about 2 on each side of the map. We have quite the distance between some of the sites, but overall quite a lot of city sites with a lot of tribes in my opinion. So they should be able to do some fun stuff. And the land connection is quite limited. They do have one narrow passage across the sea on each side. And besides that, they can go over the mountains and along all these mountains. So quite the distance between these two players. As for wonders, we do have Oracle, Hanging Gardens, and the Great Stupa. And yeah, the chat has already noticed the most interesting thing about this beginning. We see our Siontific playing and opting to go with a diplomat. Most players regard this as the worst starting archetype you can pick. So this is already pretty special. I'm very curious what we'll see. Maybe Siontific is just ensuring he's got an excuse Maybe he got some crazy strategy cooked. I'm not certain about it. I wouldn't count him out. That's for damn certain. But we also see Warlike, which is pretty neat in my opinion. As for the nation, we have Scientific with, I think it's the second time in the tournament, going with Moria, which is one of the new Indian nations capable of funding Buddhism along with a discount on all your leader missions. Maybe there are some synergies I don't know about having the ability to make national alliances or tribal alliances for cheaper cost with a diplomatic leader. Might be, not certain about it. He has another thing about Moria. They have almost all the families available to them, as you can tell down here. And Scientific opted to go for sages. And let's see. It looks like we locked into labor force turn one. A decent tech, I'd say. Not the worst. Actually, one of the better techs, I'd say. And it would seem maybe I'll get a co-caster. Mac. Might get a co-caster in a second. I had muted the stream as I was trying not to disturb you guys, so I didn't see Magnus's message. But one second, guys. All right. I think I might be getting Magnus online to co-cast with me in a second. I'm calling him. Hello, Magnus, can you hear me?
Testing. Hello.
Hello, I can hear you loud and clear.
Hi,
Hopefully.
Boulder.
Hello,
And hi,
and
Stream.
hello, Stream. I hope Stream can hear Magnus as well. I presume they can hear you. If not, they will tell us. And I was just talking about Scientific here in the beginning, and said how he's opted to go for the diplomat, which is quite special. Opted to go for sages along with rider cities. Both both choices I would have picked differently. I don't think I would opt for riders, and I don't think I would opt for diplomat. I'm overloaded with in the start here, so let's go and take a look at what our opponent, Persia, Sean, has decided to do. And just to go over his beginning a little bit, and sorry, Sean and viewers, I didn't look too much into your first moves right here. He opted to go for Persia, one of the strongest nations in the game, I'd say. However, not the best start for Persia. We don't see a lot of husbandry resources. We do see a sheep in the second city, and overall this map is known for a lot of animals. So we see some cattle and sheep in the next cities, and he decided to go for double military family with the riders in the beginning. I imagine he's been harvesting quite a lot, most likely taking advantage of that bonus on Persia. And Persia is known for a lot of orders later, and better harvesting in the beginning. Sorry, Magnus, that was a long talk.
It's okay.
I was just about to do, the introduction, but I think we are getting to the point where we can slow down a bit and actually spectate and look at what our players are doing.
Right. Well, my first comment here is that the map is absolutely beautiful here. I would love to be playing a game on this map. The lakes in the middle of it, the choke points. I see we're a little bit segmented off with these mountains, so it might be a bit of a trap if they end up going down that route. Um, so they may have to go the long way around the edges. I'm only seeing a few tiles um, connecting the two sides of the map through the Delia River and the Lake Fukinis. Are you seeing that as well?
Yeah, we do have this narrow sea in the middle with like a very difficult path to walk along the mountains all the way around, so they are almost
Oh,
cut
I
off.
see.
Yeah, it would seem both players have made contact with the Huns, and Scientific opted to pay them off, and I don't see the payment to Huns as of yet for Sean. It's interesting how that's gonna pan out.
So, for the Huns, and for myself, and for newer players who may not have the new DLC, could you explain some of the mechanics around that tribe?
Yeah, I can do my best. I'm not an expert. One, and perhaps the most important thing about the Huns is they are organized, which means they are gonna organize attacks on a player, and they are going to reinforce those attacks quite early with all the city sites or all the units in the vicinity, which means if you meet them early, you would like not to be at war because they will reinforce from all the city sites they have and try to attack you even before any other tribe. Um, they are gonna be aggressive, and you will have to pay them off with tribute if you'd like not to be in war. And we can see that Scientific has opted to pay 56 gold each turn not to be at war, and
It's a
both
pretty big price to pay.
it's a yeah, it's big and it's gonna increase. At some point they're gonna ask for 50 more, and then 50 more, and eventually you're gonna be at war.
Well, with him being as a diplomat, is it possible for him to enter a tribal diplomacy with these Huns?
Now we're getting into the territory of things I don't know, and perhaps Scientific is the only guy capable of answering said question. I know you can get a tribal alliance with the Huns. I've only done it with Yushi, one of the new India factions, and it ended somehow in they attacking me. I don't know if it was a bug. It was very early in the Indus DLC, so it might have been a bug. But my experience, and there is only one, has been I was at peace and an alliance with Huns, and suddenly they attacked me. But we see Scientific is very much opting for peaceful relations with the Huns, even though they are still required tribute. He has a positive score of positive 200, which is interesting. We also see the double settler opening, or a lot of settler double sages in the beginning. We don't see a third family as of yet, and he's been doing pretty well with clearing. He got an early steadfast on his warrior, able to make pretty good progress on the first few camps. Uh,
Yeah, the ball is rolling for Scientific. We've had an empty camp here for about 4 years, waiting on the settler and parsa to come out. And I checked the vision that we currently have for each player, and it seems like Scion is the one who's going to be first discovering how difficult it may be to contact the other player on foot. I'm excited to see if we can get any ships anchoring, using that to transport troops later in the game if we see any military action.
I'm quite certain we're gonna see military action on the sea. Getting control of this sea in the middle is gonna make your path to the opponent very fast, and they won't be able to hit you back. So for sure that's gonna be a factor. I Again, I gotta apologize to Scientific. We have a bit of some issues in the beginning. I wasn't quite able to catch how you were able to clear so efficiently with your initial warrior. But he's been making quick work of the first few camps without building any additional military units. Quite impressive. And 2 settlers coming online, and a festival at that. He even managed to get his first city to develop, so he will be able to rush already. That is interesting in itself. And he got Hinduism going. I am sorry, problem gameplay, if I'm a bit slow on the tech draw. Um, these are the current tech draws. I'm pretty sure he initially went with divination, and then he got a free labor force with sages, and I think that is so far the initial text.
A really good roll, getting labor force. At least in my book it is. I've recently learned from my game that slavery is actually good, and you do want to take that up until you get the slave king uprising. Very interesting if you let that last out for the whole game.
We did see Sean opting. He's still, I don't think he's paying the hunts as of yet. And normally you get some kind of event in the beginning when you meet them, um, forcing you to pay. But it seems like that he got a different event, and he's been doing pretty good at clearing himself. He's opting for a more aggressive start, going with one warrior and then an additional warrior in his hunter family city. So he's gonna be more aggressive. He did take his initial warrior and went south for a little bit and then went back in a different direction. Maybe he had orders to spare, maybe he just didn't really know where to go. Um, but I don't think hunts is gonna be a big factor on this map. They only have 2 sides on each side of the map, and I think they should be quite easy to deal with, especially when you have the tactician. So I'm not scared for Sean as of yet.
Well, we will see if we can get that third city up real soon. I will be confident in him as well. But he seems to be pulling it toward the left camp.
We do see an oh, this gotta suck. There is a tribal alliance event for Scientific, and he missed it by 19 gold. He sold everything and didn't have the gold for it.
Oh no!
So he's gotta attempt that once more, which is quite interesting.
Well, just remind me, how are we switching between players?
You press Alt 1 or Alt 2.
I see. Okay.
At least that's the way I do it.
Yes, it works perfectly like that. Thank you so much.
No, you're welcome. And maybe you could introduce yourself to the cast or the
Yeah.
viewers. That seemed appropriate.
Yeah, my name is Magnus. I am a player of this game called Old World. I wouldn't consider myself the strongest player, but I do like creative strategies. Therefore, Scion is I do have to say one of my most favored players because he likes to try wacky things just like I do. But mostly in regard to the community, my involvement is around organizing events and trying to pull people together for cool things to happen. Um, Luckily, the enormous task of putting this tournament together has gone to Alcaraz, Scientific, just to name a few. So I am here in strictly a commentator capacity. But yeah, thank you. My name is Magnus, and I'm here to stay.
That was a very fast and efficient turn for Scientific. Gotta give him props. And he did a cool trick with harvesting with a settler. People often forget that. Um, I hope our Persian player is gonna push forwards into the hunts. You don't want them to wait around too long and get those outposts into or those initial camps they have upgraded into outposts and beyond. That's gonna be even worse to deal with. And we see the last family, statesman, so no clerics on Persia, and I think that makes sense to me. It would seem Persia would like an aggressive game, and he's not gonna get it, at least not without some struggle, for this map is special.
It seems that Persia has opted to park a military unit on that camp uh, and not produce a settler to occupy it just yet. They're going hard on bolstering their military, like you envision.
Maybe he's gonna go for a civic purchase of a settler in Parsa. That could be a play. Not certain about it, but it could be. We do see
Mm-hmm.
Scientific going for the free worker, and for laws he did go for freedom. And the last family, hunters, and I mean this is a beautiful hunter site with a lot of furs along with
Oh
elephants.
wow! Yeah.
You won't get any better than that. So that is absolutely lovely. Very nice for Scientific to get the hunter.
Often when I'm settling my hunter seat on four fox camps, it's the first one to hit strong. So I'm curious to see what he might do with that.
Yeah. It's I think Cyan is getting a bit screwed currently. Um, for whatever reason, Persia has no issues with the hunts. However, Scientific is paying 2 tributes, so upwards of 100 gold, while he's not even, or he is in a peace deal with them, but so far the Huns haven't attacked our Persian player without them paying tribute. So that is unlucky, I'd say. But I think Persia's making a mistake going for this barbarian camp and not going for the Huns. Before too long, the Huns are gonna be quite strong and they will attack him. So I think this is a mistake. I'm not sure about it though.
Yeah, it'll develop in an outpost in 1 year. So I imagine the Marauder here was the only one in range to hit on this turn, but it would have been good extra damage to go for the camp until they got that wall up.
Yeah, I think so.
It looks like they spawned another unit as well.
Going back to Scientific, still going for the free worker, and he's been doing quite well with clearing, so that sort of levels it out a little bit, I think. However, he is having a third settler coming, and I think he planned to buy a site with that initial diplomat alliance. So I think his idea was to buy a site from the Huns perhaps, but he didn't get it. He is, however, he did start another alliance mission with the Huns, so he might get it this time around. He's been
Fingers crossed.
he's been quite avid about chopping the trees, and I think he's gonna get it this time. Last time the price was 560 and he had 540 gold, so hopefully it's gonna be good enough this time around. We didn't opt, at least that not as of yet, for that fourth settler on Sean. We decided to go or stay with the worker. We could have Civic rushed a settler, but we will have some turns between now and that settler coming online, and we may need to park a warrior on top of this city side for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
Going back to Siontific, we do see him having two wives already, both Huns, so he's really going into that family. His son is also a Hun, and I mean, he deserves this alliance in this game, I'd say. That is most
Selling
certainly,
all of your resources has gotta hurt.
yeah, and he is paying. He's also opting to go for Buddhism initially. That is a special thing about Maui, Moria. They can build their own religion, Buddhism basically, ensuring they have their own religion. However, he's also the only Hindu nation on the map, so he will also have exclusive access to Hinduism, which is sort of a normal religion, but not quite. It's close. It's weird. See,
Yeah, I'm not. I don't have all the details on Hinduism myself, but uh, I like the flavor. That's
it,
all. That's all I have to add.
Hinduism is a normal religion. You, however, spread them by building pagan shrines. So
Hmm.
you won't be able to spread it with disciples. You will need to build shrines with workers. So you will be limited in the beginning to 4 cities. However, when you get
Polytheism.
polytheism, yeah, polytheism, you will be able to build shrine in every city and you can spread it all around. It's pretty weird. You gotta get used to it. That's all I have to add about that. I don't know why
I was.
it seems like they're playing with paused. I'm not sure why, but the turns are going through quite fast, so I think it's all right.
It might be something to take mention of. Well, are they in simultaneous right now? No, they're. When turns get a little long, we might mention something.
We
But
we 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 do once more see this alliance. Either it's gonna cost 340, 340 wood, which Sion is gonna pay for.
oh,
He
he's
is
got
gonna,
it.
yeah. All right. Siontific has managed to ensure an
Ooh.
alliance with the Huns. However, I still think they are gonna require those tributes, and he doesn't have the money for them. I'm
But it might be worth it, like just even for the next like 5 turns to send some units over at Persia. Um, like being having access to units on the other side of the map when it's so hard to be moving units at this stage in the game, uh, is it's big, at least in my eyes.
I think you're right about it, but Scientific needs to pay this tribute. If he's not able to pay this tribute, I think he's gonna lose the alliance. I'm not certain about these mechanics. I think maybe the only person capable of answering said question is Scientific himself. So
But we do have Becht here, and Becht is very knowledgeable as well. Hopefully, somebody in the chat may be able to
we
provide us with additional
we
context.
do have the chat, and chat, please, if you have any questions, feel free to ask away. I am trying my best here to keep you posted. We have double settler coming for Sean. I think that's a very good choice. He's having 2 sites cleared already. He is floating quite a lot of civics with nothing to spend them on, and he opted to go with a diplomat in Parser and orator in his second city and a diplomat in the third city. So he's been installing governors all around, and they look decent.
Hazard, that would be very funny. I would like to see that, although I would be equally crushed if we got to see that. Because Sam poured so many resources into making that happen.
There is a question in chat. We did see Siontific marry 2 hunts, not just 1. All right. Let's see if we have Vandals. We haven't lost the alliance as of yet, but look at our resources. We sold stone, we sold trees to cover our debt. Interesting. We are using hunts to clear the barbarian side at our side of the map. I haven't seen that before.
Something interesting I did learn. I don't know if it's still true. I heard it a couple months ago. A question was asked: when all of your resources are zeroed out and you're in the negative, is there any detriment? And if I recall, the answer was no. But we don't expect that to happen.
I have 0 personal experience of being in that situation, so I'm not too certain about how it works. I'm just concerned about having an alliance with the Huns and may or may not be able to pay it back. Um, I had that one game with me being in alliance with the Huns and I suddenly lost it, and I don't know why. And maybe I should have looked into that case even further. I just opted to always kill the Huns, and
But
I might learn a thing or two in this game.
it's going to be really scary for Persia here in a moment, because I am seeing the Huns slowly moving toward toward the east, and it's really going to mess up the Persian player here, because isn't it when you move a tribal unit into an empty city site, they create their own barbarian camp, and if that happens, Scientific will essentially be controlling the right side of the board before Persia even clears it.
That is a good call. He could also, instead of clearing the sites for himself, clear them for the Huns and just have the Huns expand all over the map, which in itself is quite interesting to say the least.
Oh man.
We do see him, or we do see the Huns, and it's difficult for me to tell if it's Scientific or if it's the Huns making moves. I don't think
So
we have a war declaration between the 2 players, or we do have a war declaration between the 2 players, but I don't think Huns and Persia is at war currently. But we might be wise in a second here.
the Huns did move on their own toward the east, it seems. The southern 2 on the right side of the map, but the northern 2 moved back toward the site. They are hard to control. I will admit. So maybe this strategy will be a waste of orders, but we'll have to see.
To see one Persia scout kind of being caught here in this city. And I'm wondering, we see an acolyte coming in the capital for Scientific. I wonder if we're gonna go for 3 religions. Could be.
I'm stepping away just for a moment, Baldus.
That is,
You got this.
yeah, I'm gonna do my best. Uh, I don't think we see a war currently, and I believe you will have to make them declare war. If we go to Scientific here, I think you will need to ask to declare war. I think you will need to do this action we see right here in order to force a war. He could wait it out. Eventually the Huns are gonna feel like declaring by themselves, and so far that hasn't been the case. Back to Scientific here. He's mainly using his orders on the Huns and moving them in this direction, trying to clear this camp. I don't think he cares too much about losing these units. They're gonna respawn. And damn, Scientific is moving fast. We see the Huns moving even further south, being ready to disturb the peace in lovely Persia. The ability to or the few units we did build earlier is coming in handy. While this looks scary, these units are not that strong, but you gotta respect them. I mean, 3 units each dealing 3 or 4 damage. It's gonna add up quite fast. We did manage to clear this side, but I think a tactical mistake on Persia's side has been not going for the Huns immediately, which is kind of interesting. And there is a question in chat, and yeah, we do indeed see Scientific playing Moria with a diplomatic alliance. He did go for a diplomatic leader with the Huns, and currently he is both doing something down here, and at least I think so, and also opting to clear his barbarian sites using Huns. So that is quite interesting. If it's gonna work, we will know soon, hopefully. Now we see the Huns are being somewhat cleared. Not entirely though. And this side is gonna respawn in 2 turns. That's gonna be very annoying if you don't get back in time, Sean. Hopefully he's aware of this timer. He should maybe move this further down. However, if it does that, this is gonna be open, and we could actually see a Hun go in here and spawn a new camp of Huns. I believe some
Hey,
of
I'm
these...
back.
Yeah, welcome back. I believe some of these moves you just saw was the Huns falling back. It is somewhat difficult to track what's going on.
We've got plus 400 diplomacy with the Huns. That I think that's capped out. I wonder if their requests for tribute or upkeep are dictated by
No,
that number.
not at all. It's
Oh wow.
the deal lasts for, I think it's 40 turns, and that's gonna stand even though you have made an alliance with them. They'll still want your money. They are not here to have fun. They're here to steal your money.
I do see there's some conflict over in the east. Did we see anything that I
We
did see any units
we
missed
did see
or
Sean
lost?
move in and attempt to deal with some of the Huns, and he did, and I'm glad he did, manage to move the warrior down. He did have to force march though, which is always annoying. He is clearing out the Huns and making it a bit easier for himself. However, stronger units are gonna spawn real soon. He's got to keep the momentum moving, and we see some Huns on the move, as you can tell all the way down here in the south between the meridians, and these are the Huns going all across the map, attempting to raid, and they might be scared off eventually, so it might be a nothing burger. All the Huns going around the world, but
That's
we
one of my favorite things to see. And
it
in the last tournament, we saw that they go back left to right, all the way across the map, go around in circles. It's amazing to watch.
there is a question if Scientific did the ask to join. I am not certain about it. We'll have to ask him. Perhaps Persia did attack. Perhaps it was Scientific that pulled the trigger. I'm not certain about it. I think it was Persia attacking, but I'm not entirely sure. A pretty good vision on what Scientific is doing as Persia. But we gotta focus our attention on this forward Hunt's side. Get it down. We have an excellent leader for dealing with this sort of stuff on the tactician. So I think we should be alright. And we have the settler and an additional settler coming. But
I think the early investment into those extra warriors paid off here.
yeah, I think you're right. It it would have been iffy if he had opted for a more economic greedy opening. So this is working out alright for Persia, I say. He's not been slowed down too much, and I think Sion has spent quite a lot of effort on his shenanigans, but not without any results. He's still sort of expanding. However, he does have a settler standing around. He's been unable to clear his fifth side, so it's not without any issues from Scientific. He does have the option to go for centralization or vassalage. I think he's gonna opt for, at least I would, centralization.
Answering a question from chat from Constantum, there are additional tribes on the map. We have the Numidians with 2 sites and the Danes with 1 site, and they seem to be. Oh, we have the Thracians as well, up toward the north. They have 2 sites, and the Vandals have 1 site. So it's pretty equalized, an equal distribution.
It's very equal. I'll attempt to do that, Hazard. Thank you for pointing that out. I still gotta get used to being a caster. We do see some issues with clearing this barbarian side. It's gonna respawn with a unit, which is gonna be annoying for Scientific.
He chose to take the control 3 connected cities ambition, which shouldn't be difficult at all. We have so many rivers up here, and with a labor force opening, that'll be easy.
We have excellent ambitions on Persia, I'd say. Discover 6 technologies, will most likely get that, and clear 3 tribal site. That's gonna be just fine. We did get our 4th city, the Riders.
Not quite able to kill that Hun.
He's missing out on a little damage, every single time, which gonna be a bit annoying. So close and yet so far every time.
Yeah, these little things add up, as I'm discovering through my games. If you leave a nomad skirmisher with 1 point, that means 1 extra turn for you to heal your unit before you re-engage. Uh, they will have the ability to swing back on the next turn. So it's important to focus your efforts all into taking out one unit at a time, if you can.
It seems like there is a story there.
Yeah, there is. There is. If you saw my last match, you would have.
I
My
I I
last
caught
match was quite difficult.
I caught the beginning and the last hour, which was
Oh,
pretty entertaining. I still think you hold the record for route chain in this tournament.
oh, yep. I had the biggest smile on my face. A six unit route chain in my first game. I don't know if I would have won that game, but I think just doing that route chain, that was a win in my book. I love doing that, and that made the game worth it.
I I
And
I
it's fun things like that that do make Old World special to me.
I think you were in a pretty good position. The eternal struggle for your opponent was quite severe. Anyways, back to this game.
Yes.
We have the next settler coming out in Parsa.
More
We've
warriors,
cleared
more
one side.
slingers.
Yeah, I don't think you need all these slingers and warriors. You might be concerned about the hunts, but I think these units should mostly do fine, to be fair. We do have a tactician capable of stunning, dealing 7 damage. It's gonna respawn a unit next turn, but then we'll have killed this side, and then there is only one side left.
I'm curious to see. It's hard to get out of a tribal alliance from my own experience. You have to have everyone cleared out who represents that tribe. Um, so if Persia is able to, Sean is able to clear out the Huns over here, and then the Huns that are currently invading from the other side of the map, Sion may have the option to turn things around on the Huns and take the camps for himself, and then try again for another alliance with maybe the Thracians this time.
Maybe. That is a
It's a
possibility.
long shot, but we love long shots, Sion and I.
It would seem we managed to get to Rasticism, and so we currently have 3 religions in Scientific's cities, which is pretty strong. We've given up on clearing this barbarian side and moving forward with the settler. I think we're gonna buy this side for ourselves. Straight up just pay the Huns and say, yoink, we would like this. Back to
Very
Persia.
strong mechanic.
Yeah. I still think it's quite expensive. I don't know the exact price he's gonna pay, but I would imagine it's not gonna be cheap.
It depends on distance from the capital, I believe.
Looks like we are gonna clear this side this turn. Or nope, we are missing just a little bit of damage. And moving the settler forward. I wonder what we're gonna go for back in Parser. Seems like maybe we're almost certainly gonna settle Huns, as this is an excellent site with fur, and fur. I agree with
Yep.
Hazard in chat. I don't think the plan from Scientific has been executed without any flaws. He's but he's not
It'll
out. as of yet. He's almost certainly gonna bounce back somehow, and he's been running Freedom for quite a while. He's on has the same number of cities. He's gonna have 2 ranches next turn. He's gonna have Judaism. He's gonna have every single religion in the game, and that in itself can be quite powerful.
I think I see what's happening here. So Sion's got that scout parked between the mountain pass where he sees the Huns are going to end up passing through. He wants the attention to be focused all up north, so that when the Huns come in at the same time, he can control when they come in if he moves over that tile. So he can unleash 5 Huns all at once into the Hunter family seat.
I don't think these Hun Marauders are gonna do anything, to be fair. They are only level or 3 strength each. They won't really pose a threat. We have a Slinger coming out in the Hunter side in Hyper. That's gonna be enough to hold that.
Well, I make mention of that because it was something that Sion identified in the last tournament specifically, was being able to control the routing of the organized tribes. Um, I'm interested to see what he does with that. That's really goofy. Never seen that happen before. So, I'm on the edge of my seat hoping it happens, even if it doesn't pay off.
We see that lovely Hunter side coming up, and taking a second to look at the families and the leaders. As said, both got Warlike, and we've got the Besieger and Herbalist on the leader of Persia, and our heir opted to go with Scholar, and we were quite good at tutoring, so we have a pretty decent heir, and she's humble. Overall, a pretty good outcome. I think you're gonna be happy with that. If we compare that to our opponent, we see our son not quite of age yet, still 17 years of age.
Pretty
However,
low stats here.
we got Warlike. We do have 2 wives, which is always nice, and yeah, that's about it. Yeah, we opted to buy. I don't know how expensive it was, but we ended up buying this site in the middle. I think that's an interesting choice. I wonder if we're gonna see a ship soon. Could be.
First on the wall.
We see inquiries being built, and I think that's an interesting choice. I personally don't think it's worth it. I'd rather get a farmer or almost anything, maybe a worker or something else. I don't really think that's worth it without better civic production. I mean, it is sages, and you do have eloquent leaders, so it's not that bad, but
Well, let's think. What is he trying to rush if he's working on inquiries right now?
yeah, that's the question. I don't see anything worthwhile rushing. At least I don't think so. We do have a lot of holy cities though, which is quite nice. I think we're gonna get Judaism next turn, which another one. Another one.
Another one.
Ah, while on paper it's great to have all these religions, it's gonna, at least to my knowledge, take some time before you are able to leverage them. Building monasteries, building temples, it's gonna take a while, and it might make some of the eternal politics more difficult to manage. However, right now all the religious people like him, so
We've
ma-
got a
it,
big flood in Persia right now. It's quite funny to look at these workers drowning here with nowhere else to go.
yeah, they're doing their best, I believe, but it would seem like they are drowning indeed. Um, we only see 3 workers on Persia currently, and I think it is similar 6 workers currently for Scientific. So as this game continues, we'll see Persia just slowly running away with it. Looking at the stats, we can tell the growth is clearly favoring Scientific. He's been pulling ahead in growth for quite a while, and that's where the additional workers are coming from.
Yes, and the specialists. We've got 5 specialists on
Yeah.
Moira and 0 for Persia. Makes a big difference. But we'll see if the military units and the rapid expansion that Persia's trying to pull off will pay off.
I think Persia is scared, and I don't think he's got a reason to be this scared. He's building a lot of units. Every single build queue is currently a slinger or warrior, and I argue that every single build queue should be a warrior. Oh, sorry, a worker. So,
Look at the Danish site. So
where,
remember what I said about the skirmishers, the Hunnish skirmishers? Well, that just doubled
uh,
because we've got raiding marauders from the Danes.
I mean, it might look scary, but you have a slinger in your own territory. Just as they enter, they won't be able to do a lot.
Mm.
They are scary in numbers, but in force, all these units are quite easy to deal with.
We went through that,
G-
but it
g-
is very cool.
it is very cool, but I don't think it's I don't think it's scary. And Persia really needs to do something about his work account. He's gonna run out of resources eventually. One thing that is sort of making up for this is Scientific. It seems like his allies, the Huns, have decided to opt for additional tribute, so he's now having to pay an additional 72 tributes. I mean, my belief is not changed. I think you like not to have any kind of alliance with the Huns. They're gonna screw you over, but maybe Scientific values them differently.
It's like almost 200 gold per turn over to the Huns as tribute.
Yeah.
That is a lot.
If Persia had to pay that, they would be bankrupt. But
Well, yeah, we do have a 5 discipline ruler right now, keeping that stable. But once we see the king move out of position, it's going to look really bad for Sion here.
but I mean somehow he's pulling ahead.
Oh, the
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 Danes and the Huns are
Raiders.
fighting. I mean, this is down here. The action is the what is going on. This is
I
interesting.
haven't seen that before.
We have the Danes having peace and truce. That doesn't explain anything. At least not to me. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the raiders are just sort of treating the allied units of the Huns as a player, and they are
Mm.
just attacking anything in the vicinity. They would maybe go for our Persia player initially, but given the opportunity, they strike their nearest target, which is gonna be the Huns.
That's a shame.
I,
Well, for the cool factor, but great for Persia.
yeah, we we gotta fix our eternal economy in these build orders. We have enough warriors for a long time. If we look at the graph, we'll see the military score. Our Sean is quite far ahead currently, um, but I don't see a way to cross the sea. He will need boats, and his tech is not quite there. So
I
these
believe
units
that's
will
a
be difficult to make worthwhile. He did clear the hunts on his side
orator
of the map.
ambassador was just assigned in Persia, which is uh, probably the best one you want in that position. Right?
He is
Orators are very good.
he is struggling to use all his orders. He's having all his governors are diplomats and orators, which in turn is gonna give him quite a lot of civics. All these civics is maybe better used for rushing a unit or two. Not certain about it. He could rush a settler or two and get those settlers down faster.
It's
It,
not only the civics, but the family opinion as well. The diplomats are given 40 family opinion for each
yeah,
governor.
that is right. He does have pretty good opinions. Unfortunately, not with the statesman, and the statesman is scaling with the opinion. So that is unfortunate. See, that's interesting. He opted to. That scout is almost about to die. It looks like it's gonna survive. It's pretty confusing what's going on down south. Uh, I don't think anyone knows exactly what's gonna happen.
It's an all-out melee.
It is. I wonder if we see the Numeridians is coming to raid. Maybe the Huns are gonna defend against the Numeridians. It's quite the skirmish we got going out here. But we do see Siontific is pulling far ahead in science currently. He does have, and I've missed this for quite a while, it seems like he has excellent courtiers. And I don't know how long he's been having these courtiers. 6 wisdom, 7 wisdom, and he just got one this turn with 6 additional charisma.
Those are new. When we were talking about training or educating uh, children, Scion had no opportunity to do so
Okay.
until just recently. These courtiers coming in. He did just accept peace with the Numidians, so if they do end up tribal raiding, it will not be with him.
We can also see by the science production that it would seem around year 28 or so, 4 turns ago, it Scientific's science production was 31, and now it's 51. So there's been a lot happening in the last few turns.
So Sean is doing exactly what he is supposed to do with a raid like this on a map like this. He just plugged the hole. So these raiders will either, if I can remember correctly, the raiders will opt to not try to charge through the units, and will try to take the longer way around. Uh, but we'll see if that's correct next turn when they end up moving.
I mean, if they're gonna take the long way, it's gonna be a pretty long way.
Very.
They literally would have to go all the way around Scientific's part of the map, up top north, and come around, um, which is quite the distance. I'd argue there is a lot of turns spent currently in moving our armies down south. I think I would prefer to move my armies or stay in the north and clear the Thracians up north, and maybe only defend with 2 slingers down south. But we do
These
see
days.
it's a mess down there. It really is.
Uh, the Persian scout just pushed out a
Yeah.
uh, Scion scout, so he's got 4 more turns to move that.
Hopefully he will see it and move back in, and then we'll have the 2 scouts going in and out. Gonna be pretty funny. We have wow. We have 2 slingers in the capital. I don't know if it was an event perhaps that spawned it. Do we have
Last I
miseducation?
checked, the families were pretty happy. Well, not so much now.
Yeah, but not to the extent that we'll have 2 slingers. I think that is some kind of event that spawned.
I see forced suicide, 16 years on the sages. So maybe that has something to do with it.
Perhaps. Looks like we're going for an alliance with the Vandals, which they only have one side. I mean, it's not that impressive, at least not to me. We do have quite the force down here in the south. One issue, these hills, it's gonna kill our momentum moving through all these hills with so many units. It's gonna take forever to get to the Danish sides, and we have so many units around. I'm certain we'll be able to clear it, but it's gonna take a while. I'm glad to see workers coming online for Sean. He needs those workers stat. And an additional settler coming.
Seems like the Huns are helping with the Numidian invasion. It seems Sion has no problems leaving his workers right there, trusting in the Huns to sort this all out for him.
I mean, it would seem they're doing decently, but next turn he's gonna have issues, no? We do see a worker being attacked. We do also see the Huns doing.
Can we buy this?
I think
That's
we
gonna
can
be a
buy
lot.
it. It's gonna be 1,000 gold.
I don't know if you can get there.
And then he's gonna lose the alliance with the Huns. I think they will be expelled from the map. Or maybe the units will stay around.
If the units stay. But the units will still stay if the tribe sites are cleared. And they will still be affiliated with the Huns. Now, until the Hunnish units are cleared out, the tribal alliance will then expire. I think there needs to be something done with that, because what I would like to do is then tribal alliance the next, like the Numidians. I've already paid so much money to settle all these sites. Why do I have to clear out my old allies?
We just got a camel on Siontific. I believe it was an event. Must have been. That is quite lucky. That's gonna solve all our issues. That camel is gonna clear everything on this map currently. All these Numeridians is gonna have big issues dealing with one single camel. Oh boy.
You know what I always say? Be wary of the dromedary. and for those who don't know,
for good reason.
Dromedary is the type of camel that we are looking at right now. Yes, and for good reason. This map is arid. It's all arid. I would love to see more camels on this map.
but it must have been a mercenary camel, and that's pretty lucky to get
Mm.
that this early. I I believe Scientific is gonna be very satisfied with that result. It's gonna make up for some of his bad luck with all these tributes he's paying. He's paying 30 to the Numeridians and around 200 to the Huns.
Yet he's still plus 35. Like he's doing pretty good if that
He,
many resources are being sucked out of him and he's
he
still positive.
he's somehow managed to get 6 discipline on his ruler, which is quite a lot. That is gonna add up. I'm not sure how Scientific is doing what he does, but I love it all the same. He's got such a unique playstyle. It's so impressive to see him in work. I'm quite certain that if you could combine his knowledge of the game with one of the players more hungry for victory, if that would make sense,
Mhm.
we would have the best player in the world.
Yeah, but we can't discount having players like Sion and keeping them as they are, seeking fun foremost. Like his hunger for this game is really impressive. And if we don't have someone solely focused on fun and hunger to explore the mechanics of this, I I I don't think that that combined player would ever exist if we did not have a Pathfinder like Sion.
I completely agree, and I think that's why he's sort of a fan favorite in the community. We did opt to chop a lot of wood, so we could buy the last Huns site on the map, and we still have the Tribal Alliance.
Mm-hmm.
My knowledge of the game is getting tested in this cast, which I honestly love.
But I personally do not think that the Huns will be around for too long. Since they are organized, they're going to be active rather than, let's say, a few tribal allied Numidians. Uh, they would be passive. They would just be standing where they are, defending that territory. But it seems like the Huns are determined to seek out enemies to fight, which means if you clear out all of the Hunnish sites and you still have Huns on the map, they're probably going to kill themselves over time.
They,
Just find ways to do it, which will open up, if we still have a diplomatic leader, it will open up another opportunity for a tribal alliance. Uh, I think. I'll always add that caveat.
I don't think we have an alliance with the Huns any. It would seem we are only at peace with the Huns, and I am not
Oh, you're
certain
right.
why. I think we we've opted to make an alliance with the Numeridians instead. Perhaps we failed to make an alliance work with the Vandals. To be fair, they only have one side, so it's not that valuable. Perhaps the price was too steep.
Mhm.
The economy is not great for Scientific. It's still better than Sean's economy, but it's not impressive. If we look at the improvements currently, we do have Scientific with 18 versus 13, so it's not a big difference.
Cyan is cruel, says Constantin. Constantum. Why
Cyan,
do you say that?
Cyan is severely ill and doomed. He's gonna be giving the throne to his heir, which is a scholar with a warlike and witty. That is not bad. However, he's gonna lose all those money. That's gonna be bad. And he's still paying tribute to the Huns. I think he's gonna declare on the Huns next turn.
Yeah, yeah, that's my
The,
feeling as well.
this alliance isn't worth it in my opinion. He's
You go
getting
one more year on that
you,
scout too.
yeah, it looks like he might be missing it. Unfortunate. Let's see.
Constant Tom. Thank you, Hazard. It's important that everybody's addressed appropriately.
Oh, chat. I see.
I don't think he'll get this diplomatic mission done before he dies.
I loved the idea. I like it a lot, and seeing new things. I mean, that is what this tournament is all about. But I'm not convinced diplomat is the way to go, especially not with Huns on the map. They are just gonna screw you over. Maybe it would have been a very different game if they had targeted Sean earlier, but I'm not certain.
Did I miss it? But I thought there was the option to. Oh, Sion, just noticed without the timer. They've been doing really well without the timer.
I mean, it hasn't been an issue. They
Uh,
are playing with, I think, the standard settings for timer. No,
so
they opted to go with slow timer instead of, but they've been moving quite fast.
I'm not quite sure to see how to see Sean's deck right now. I thought he had, yeah, okay, he has border boost available, but he's opting to choose forestry. We may see a juggle. We have a site cleared, ready to be populated with a settler in 3 turns. So that would be a benefit to going forestry first. But everybody I know loves their border boost, especially if you have more than 3 cities.
I think this is a juggle. That would be my guess. I'm not sure about it, but that seems reasonable to opt for that. The tribes are making moves, but
Oh, there we go. We got the switch.
and I don't see us.
Do
He's
we have
taking.
a new leader?
Siontific is making decision in these events way too fast for me to keep up. So what are we gonna see here? We still have 6 city sites to 6 city sites. It's by all metrics quite close. We have a Persia that is much stronger but primitive. Eventually we'll need some warriors in Moya, but that camel archer is just riding all around the map and clearing all the issues Siontific had before. And if we don't see some more economy from Persia, he's gonna fall behind, and he's not in any position to make any sort of attack into Siontific for the next 20 turns. The distance is simply too great, so he should focus entirely on his economy.
I'd like to know what your opinion is on the metaphysics pick here for Moira.
I think there is a lot of synergy with metaphysics and Moria, as you can do convert missions cheaper. You may want to get that religion taken care of quite early, and building archives is not bad. I think metaphysics is a pretty decent tech if you can afford it. It just often feel like the games are quite competitive and quite close, so taking metaphysics is I sort of treat it a bit like a bonus card for your economy in a sense, and I can't always afford bonus cards, especially if I'm behind on tech. But
Certainly.
when I'm ahead, it might be pretty reasonable. And
Well, speaking of tech pathing, for Persia, we have land consolidation marked. Now, I only have one idea why land consolidation is marked, and that's for the camels.
And while that is true, I agree with you. We also see a lot of land consolidation resources in the start area. We see also some lavender towards the middle.
Oh yeah, in the capital.
Yeah, it's not too impressive when you look at the multiple sites, but it's not bad, but not great either.
Okay, Sion has events to choose a Zoroastrian suitor or a Jewish suitor, or taking an ambition, or just getting 50 science outright. It looks like he chose to take the Zoroastrian suitor and did not take the ambition. He took the science to get through metaphysics faster.
I would most likely have picked the same thing here. And we've
Why
cleared.
is that? I was actually thinking the opposite.
I just think science now is so valuable in almost all cases. So on almost all events, I pick science now. See some pretty good progress in the north for Sean. He's gonna be able to kill the Thracian side, I think. He is able to clear the southern side as well. We do have a settler coming, but only one settler.
We have a boating skirmisher. The first naval unit of the game.
No, we also do
Shouldn't be
have
much of a problem.
we do have 2 boats on the map currently. An elite skirmisher in Lake Fusinus, all the way top left, coming into Siontific's lands.
Oh, I did see that. That's silly.
But it's true.
I see it. I see it.
It is a bit
Shouldn't
silly.
be much of an. I don't know. I guess that is faster than just walking through all the hills in the forest. Skirmisher's doing work.
There is some
That's gonna
issues
be
with the
annoying.
Thracians. That isn't easy. And this fight versus the Danes, that is taxing on his economy, paying for all these units while they are out here in both orders and just consumption. It adds up over time, I'd say.
Well, we do have. Let me check again. Last time I checked, we had really good vision from Persia. Yeah, almost perfect vision from Persia. Like the whole map has been scoped out. So they may have ideas in mind of creating a stronghold in the west, past these mountains. I think that would be a good idea, a good use of those resources there. What do you think?
I
I
think
don't think those thoughts really tie together very well, but I'm
uh,
still curious.
I'll before I answer that, I'll bring attention to the Huns. They are at war with Scientific, so he's not gonna pay them tribute every turn. That was a lot of effort for not a whole lot, I'd argue. He did get to settle the 2 Huns side in his lands without actually having to fight the Huns. So he had all his initial build queues tied into economy. I don't think he's built a single unit he got his initial warrior going, and he got the free camel archer, and that's his force, that's his units. So
Shouldn't be much of a problem.
he's been able to go for the economy the entire game. However, he had to pay for that economy as well, so it kind of balanced itself out, I'd say. But Sean has mainly been, at least in my opinion, been spending his time building units, and
Mhm.
he's this fight versus the Danes. I think it would have been better to stand back and defend with 2 units in defensible positions, take your
Mhm.
forces north, and build more economy. It's
I see.
always difficult to assess the game state, but I think that would have been better, in my opinion.
But that's a lot of orders to move all those troops up. Um, but it looks like he is moving some of them out. But something I was thinking about regarding a diplomatic leader opening, it it feels like you are exerting pressure on how your opponent is going to take that game, which may, like, I don't know what you're going to do with that information. I'm not that good of a player, but having that information, knowing that your opponent is likely going to be building more military at the start than they would have, um, interesting to think about for me.
And I don't disagree with you. I think you're right.
Like it's scary. It didn't work out, but it's pretty scary. Like
I,
looking at that beehive down there, that
I
he sent a lot of units.
I think when we are gonna interview the players when this map is at an end, I'm pretty sure it's gonna tell a story about Sean being scared in the very beginning about what shenanigans Scientific had planned, so he overcommitted for defense because he thought some invasion was coming. And for us, it's been easy to say that invasion is never gonna amount to anything really dangerous, but you don't have the full picture when you are playing, and you are always trying to think how am I avoiding a loss, and that
Mhm.
seemed like being uh, building warriors. But now he's doing a lot of workers, but it's maybe too late. I wonder if he's gonna change off forestry anytime soon. We'll see about it.
Right. We did miss an event for the governor of Jakarta. They were able to take affable. So we have a diplomat with affable and inspiring in the state or in the excuse me, the statesman seat. Pretty good governor. There's not much more you could ask for there other than intelligent.
That she is lovely. Um, it seems like we've
She's a great
concentrated.
gal. Heard
She,
great things about this woman.
yep, looking great for her age. How
Oh,
old is
that
she?
camel's going on a
46.
rampage.
Yeah, that's what I said. That camel alone is single-handedly defending the kingdom of Scientific and doing marvelous. It's it's so efficient in orders to have one very strong unit going around and just doing it all. So that
They
is
have a steadfast promotion on the table, or fierce.
I
Which
would
one do you think he's going to take for the
I think he's gonna go
camel?
steadfast.
Ah,
Not sure about it though. What did we
this nomad
upload?
skirmisher kind of going crazy in Jakarta.
It did a
Oh,
lot of damage. It's finally dealt with. And the Thracian side up top is gonna fall soon.
what came out of that event? That was a mysterious sword event that we
Ooh.
had for the Queen Cassandra.
I really wish you could tell which event happened in the turn after the players have interacted with them, because I often miss out on looking at the events
I
immediately.
think you can hover over the character and see the notable events.
Yeah,
Um,
and
if you're aware of that, then
I,
I must be misunderstanding you.
I know that, but it's still you get the name of the event and remembering exactly what have we here event entails. It's apparently a mysterious sword, but I'm not certain I would know that every single time.
It was like a 25% chance to gain the mysterious sword, and a a malice, maybe doomed or chance to become extravagant. I can't quite remember it. What would be great is if I can open a separate instance of Old World and be searching these events, or have a way to search the events within the game itself while you are a spectator.
We need to get backed on that task somehow. Alcaraz does have an excellent event browser on his website somewhere,
Oh,
and
let me go look for it then.
I do encourage people to check it out. But it's still, I might be smooth brain over here, and I still think it's somewhat difficult to navigate. And navigating as I cast is very difficult. Let's see what we are gonna do with our lovely camel. We opted to go for focus. No, we opted to go for Horsebane. Makes sense, we're gonna go for the Numeridians, I think. We're just gonna ignore that barbarian side close to us. It's not gonna pose any kind of threat. Um, Easy to deal with. And yeah, our science is just flying with scientific, which is amazing. It's a lot of it is just courtiers. And back again to our Persian player. He's almost at the Danish side, but they will respawn in 4 turns. They may not get this Danish side, which is gonna be very annoying. We are, if we look at the orders, we do see Persia doing Persia things and being ahead in orders by quite a bit. And they did manage to clear this top side. All in all, very good. And they are doing the right thing with building a lot of workers in all the cities. I like that a lot. The next thing they will need to build is barracks, I think. And in said barracks, they need to install offices. And the reason for that is mainly science. They need to get some better science going. They are falling behind. Do see a Grand Vizier taking control, and the Grand Viziers seem to be building mainly civil units, which is quite nice. I don't know if I love Magnus or if he's just looking
No,
up.
I'm like deep into Alcaraz's website right now, trying to figure it out.
Yeah,
Uh,
I recommend people to check that out. It's an excellent resource. If you ever saw his spreadsheet at some point, it's basically that taken to a website and improved by a fair margin. I'm not the greatest tech guy, so that it's not really my thing. I'm more of an play. I don't make notes. I don't basically do anything. I just play, and then I play a lot and hopefully it sticks. But
well,
if
I
you
hear a lot of the great players take a lot of notes, so you're doing pretty well in that case.
I'm let's see how the tournament pans out.
Yeah,
I
looking forward to it.
but I did get a victory in my first match with my zealot rush strategy, and
Mhm.
I did see quite a few people copy it, which I think is great fun. That was the reason for posting the
Yeah, putting
guides.
out those videos right before the tournament. You may have stacked the odds against yourself there.
Absolutely, but on the other hand, just like Scientific, I'm gonna have an excellent excuse when I lose. I can just say, "Oh, you saw my guide, and that's why I lose." Um, Look at this camel, how easy it's gonna deal with all these units. Each unit is gonna deal 1 damage, and
Oh,
he's able to two-shot all these units. I'm
that camel
surprised.
did not take. That camel took focus or horsebane.
It took Horsebane, I believe, and I think that the reason for Horsebane was most likely he looked at the map and realized I'm gonna be facing mainly the Meridians. That's gonna be even better. So I think that was the better choice. Once again, I forgot to look at the events. I'm sorry. I'm not great at events. That's it is
Iron
a
sharpens iron. I'll look it up.
it's surprisingly difficult to spectate a game. Trying to learn it.
Well, our brains are only meant for so much, and this game has so much going on with two brains, two separate brains working and putting in new parameters for you to observe. You don't need to see everything.
That is true. I'm a bit concerned about Persia. I don't know if Sean is gonna be able to clear this Danish side. I don't think so. In 3 turns, it's gonna be upgraded to an encampment, and all this entire excursion down here has been for nothing, basically, which is gonna suck.
Iron sharpens iron. The scientific mission that we have missed. It was I believe it was an influence mission. You can uh, uh, become a bonus leader influence, leader lover of, or endeared to. So he was just improving relations with that one.
Could you, just for the viewers, tell us how you get got that knowledge?
Um, yes, maybe. As
Maybe.
I'm figuring this out on my own. So I went to alcaris.github.io/old world reference/events/, and under the basically you go to the events tab, and you can look up the event name um, by its name directly, and it may give you more options than what you're looking for, because I think it seems to collect more than just the event itself. It collects like the chain and where it may have come from, uh, because it seems certain events, maybe one event may become the result of many different triggers. Um, so that's the best place to start. Just take the name, plug it into the search bar in the middle of the page, and sort through the results there.
Cheers. Great.
But if
Um,
Alcaraz is here, please clarify. I don't think I did that right.
I don't think Alcaraz is here. I don't see him online. Uh, but anywho, we have our lovely Moria scientific guy basically clearing this entire site with just a camel way easier than Persia's entire force up top. That's quite unfair how easy it is to deal with this one camel able to clear
It's
all these meridians with
so lucky.
and you also got a ambition to kill these meridians. This this is this camel is gonna be MVP for certain when this match is over.
I
And
can hear him saying already, "That's old world, baby."
He's gonna say that. We also see land consolidation coming for Persia,
Oh wow,
and
that's gonna be a while.
he did decide to go for the forestry, so no expanded or bonus borders for Persia, and he is falling back for the Danish side. So that entire battle down was all for nothing,
Oh,
basically. It amounted to nothing at least. It's kind of
I got Sion's eclipsing Persia right now in science. It's looking pretty, yeah, more than double.
yeah. We do see warriors being built for scientific now. He apparently found the units part of the or training rather part of the civic build queues. I, I think this is a record. We'll see turn 46 before a single military unit has been produced by Scientific. That is in itself kind of impressive.
Your dry humor is impeccable, by the way.
I mean, he's made it work.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, he's been given the game on a silver platter with that camel archer.
I think he deserved some luck. I think his initial Huns alliance screwed him over more than anything. He had to pay such a huge amount of money to keep that alliance going for very little value. Maybe
I
besides putting the pressure on Persia, which may have caused Sean to make a few
mhm.
mistakes, as we discussed
I
earlier.
would like to draw attention to the scout at the bottom of the map on the iron tile. You see that harvest? And it's
Yeah,
just parked there.
yeah.
So I'm not sure if anyone was around for Sion's last game in last year's tournament, but he had a scout parked on the iron tile for must have been 30 turns. Um, that was because he was combing for a science bonus event to propel him forward even further in science. Um, just interesting to see the same thing happening here. I did hear a couple units maybe be killed.
I
I think
think
it was the Raider
yeah,
and the Statesman.
yeah, he did. Finally. And he's building officers, or the Grand Vizier is building officers. He's building
He'll come back
barracks.
with that.
He's more or less doing as I requested of him. So that is nice. That is great.
You better not be watching the stream.
I mean, look at the worker numbers. It's a lot closer now than it was earlier. It's 10 to 11 workers currently. So in that regard, our our Persia player has caught up, and that was required. But the thing about standing with a scout on iron, only a few players know which events are worth farming to that extent, and I'm pretty certain there is a very good reason for Cyan to do just that.
Well, it's I wouldn't say it's worth it. There are other things to do. Uh, but on the off chance that you do get it, it it can be it's like a medium science payout. It's not like you're getting a whole free tech, but you may be getting like half a tech with depending on where you're at in the game. Uh, but we know Scion. We know he loves to roll the bones, and I hope it pays off for him.
Just going over the laws here, we do have 5 laws now for Scientific. He's been going for epics, getting the extra culture, also quite special. We don't see a lot of epics, and in this map, I actually say it would be all right with having exploration, the ability to get your scouts across this little lake. There is value in that at least, but I don't think we need it perhaps. And getting a bit of culture, that's gonna be pretty good as well. And
Well, we know exploration, sending your kids out exploring. That's like mostly where people will want to go with their second child if they have adopted exploration.
we do,
I know
we,
I do it every time. The science payoff from that is, I love it.
we don't see a lot of kids in either royal family, so I don't think we're gonna see a lot of exploration. I also think it falls off later in the game. I think it's better in the early game, and we're slowly progressing past the early game. And the science difference is just huge. And
Yeah.
the military, while there is a huge difference currently, it's gonna change pretty fast eventually. I'm almost certain of it. These units the Persia army currently holds are not really posing any kind of serious threat, and the science, it's over double the difference currently. That is significant,
Well,
very significant.
it all depends on what Sion does with that. Um, he could try some crazy thing and it not pan out for him, which gives Persia another shot.
I'm We do have another rebel, it would seem like. We do have the abilities to join. I wonder if ooh, we do have a Grand Vizier in Scientific, Great Grand Vizier with Rising Star. That is pretty good, Grand Vizier. I wonder how long she's been ruling. I I like having Grand Viziers having excellent stats,
but
just taking the reins of the kingdom. I can just lean back and hopefully it's
oh
gonna be
yeah,
alright.
it's been that way for about 10 turns for Sion.
Hasn't really been all. I missed it. I saw the Grand Vizier on Persia, but yeah, we do have two Grand Viziers playing, duking it out right here. Interesting choices they will do. We'll see. Back to Persia, and can marry into the Danish family if we would like.
That's how we're going to solve this.
We are floating training for Persia, and we have a lot of civics without any real value. Our Grand Vizier have decided to... No, we've decided to build two scouts as we are having governors in each of the forward cities. I disagree with going for scouts here. I really think you should opt for specialist at this point. Get officers, get farm specialist. You would like the science eventually.
Well, knowledge is everything. Um, you were probably right, but if he's got a plan up his sleeve, trying to get eyes on Sion, seeing what he's doing, that'll give him better information in order to prepare for mid to late game. Actually, we are in mid game technically, aren't we?
I say this is mid game. We are at the second leader. We've cleared most, not all, but most of the tribes. Do have a question. Which cities have governors for each players? I'll just slowly pan over Persia here. We do have Parsa with the main leader, our our queen. Then we have the two forward statesmen with a judge and a diplomat, and also diplomats in the two northernmost cities for Persia. For Scientific, playing a Moria, we have Diplomat, Diplomat, nothing in the Rider City, Orator down south, nothing in the Forward Sages City, and up top we do have our leader scholar in our main city and another scholar in Ujia. So only 2 cities from each nation or so are gonna be piloted by the Grand Vizier. All in all, not a lot of issues are gonna spawn from that. I wonder what Sion has been using his training for. He doesn't really have any training at all left.
Well, he's building 2 warriors, so that'll be eating it out of his global pool. Um, oh, but using his resources, I don't know.
I mean,
Uh,
I think he's been buying orders for the most part. Um, Not certain about it, but we don't see generals. We don't see a lot of promotions, so most likely he's been buying orders with the training.
mm,
Maybe he's been using it for some events, but yeah, not certain about it. We do have a question from Gambler in chat asking how on earth Persia is going for land consolidation with such a low science count. He opted to more or less go straight for it. He's still without labor force and administration, so pretty much gambling on getting land consolidation. I don't think it's a gamble that's going to pay off. It's going to help with the science, so it's not per se bad, but there is a great distance between the two players, and he's not gonna turn his army value into anything of a threat to Scientific.
I think it's really hard to. Oh, we got a Danish marriage proposal or war.
One more.
For Persia. Uh,
You go to
I
war
think
here.
it's really hard to decide whether or not to go for land consolidation, especially on a map like this. You do have the groves, you do have the arid, um, you don't have the science, but you're going down the land consolidation line, and you're sitting on over like you're getting like 100 civics per turn. You're sitting on 1,200 civics. You don't have laws going down that tree, and that could be really detrimental for the expansion of your empire. So it's it's a big gamble. If you're given enough time with those groves, maybe you can come back from it. If you can utilize those camels, maybe you can make something of it. But who knows? Maybe he's seeing what Sion's able to do with just that one camel, and is like, I need to get on that train.
I, I don't disagree, but you also have to look at Scientific, and then you see 5 laws, for instance, and
Yeah,
you only have one yourself. I would love to maybe get freedom or something to that extent by
yeah.
now. And yeah, this is gonna be a very difficult game as it continues. We do have the corruption going on right now. Uh, Cyan did indeed opt to build on top of some of his groves in the beginning. He
It'll give a flat science payout if he does that. Science or food?
culture.
I think it's science. Culture. Oh,
I, I
well.
it I'm pretty sure it's the resource you can harvest times 5, I think it is.
Uh,
So
well,
that
right, but Scion likes hitting his um, his his culture timing in his cities. By building over those groves, you get a big boost in your cities, which can push it to developing really quickly. And if you have a lot of civics income, you can start rushing your production earlier,
I
rather than waiting for the day you get groves. Uh,
Yeah, but
yeah, 50 culture, but it adds up.
50 culture when you have strong is basically worth nothing. I don't remember when he opted to or build on top of his groves. It might have been quite early and I just missed it. That is very likely. There's been a lot of things happening in this game, so that could be the case. We do have Sion struggling a bit with internal politics, and as I say that, suddenly an event happened and he got very happy. Oh, it's difficult to. He can get affable on his leader. That's very nice. And intelligent, most likely, on his governor in Ujan. Ujan. I don't know how to pronounce that.
I would say Eugene.
Ujan. Could be. Still struggling in Persia with clearing the last Thracian side. We'll get there soon. But it has taken a while, and we are running into the issue of our units not really being advanced anymore. The
Yeah.
stuff we are fighting has equal or greater strength than our army, which makes it difficult to fight and very inefficient.
Yeah. I'm surprised I'm not seeing boats, or um, us going for boats about now. I can see the monasticism play, and we do have navigation from Scion, so I can't.
Hello,
Well,
Alcaraz.
I'm still surprised.
Hello, Alcaraz. Welcome to chat. And for anyone joining, I can attempt to give you a brief review of what has transpired so far, or recap rather. Um, we have had the first diplomat leader in the game. Siontific opted to go for his first leader being a diplomat, and he allied the Huns. The Huns had these two cities on the map, and they were mirrored on the other side as well. He got an alliance, but not before the tribute payment for the Huns got quite high. He had to pay above 100 gold each turn, and even though he got an alliance, he still had to pay, and he wasn't quite able to make anything crazy happen. However, he could turn his entire nation into an eco-friendly city-state. Every single city queue was filled with civic and growth production. I don't think he built a single warrior before turn 46, and that is quite impressive. He got lucky. Eventually, he got a mercenary camel archer, helped him immensely in clearing and dealing with the leftover barbarians. On the other hand, we have Persia. I think he overreacted to seeing Huns being piloted by Siontific. He did build a lot of units in the beginning, delayed his initial economy, and fell behind. And he's far behind on science, which is gonna be very, very difficult to deal with.
Scion has tripled his science at this point,
Yeah.
and is researching portcullis right now. Uh,
The Huns never declared on Persia. They when they met, they got a neutral option, and Scientific wasn't that lucky. And even though Scientific eventually got a tribal alliance, he still had to pay all the tributes, and the Huns never required those payments for Persia. So Persia just had to kill two sides of Huns. Although they were piloted by Scientific, they weren't in theory a great threat. Persia had an tactician in the beginning, and had he gone directly for the Huns and not opted to clear his three barbarian sites, I think he would have had a much easier early game. But as it stands, He was perhaps scared for whatever was coming, built a lot of units, and we have a very special map with this very narrow crossing right here, but not even directly crossing. If you cross this map, you'll have to go around the mountains to get to your opponent. So even though we have big difference in army and Persia has been ahead the entire game, they don't have the orders to move across the lakes basically. They'll have to believe in Jesus maybe and walk on water. Unfortunately, Scientific has yoinked all the religions so far, so there is that.
Yeah, the swarm, it looked really scary. We had the swarm coming at the south around the Danish site, trying to push through that two tile square into Hibra, uh, but it looked like the Danish tribal invasion and the Hunnish invasion started to attack each other. So nothing really came of that, and they were eventually all wiped out by the Persian military. And no biremes yet. We do have navigation from Scion now.
We do see
If we want to look at the graphs, or maybe do a quick replay of the timeline, maybe that'd be helpful for people just tuning in.
that might not be too bad. I think this is quite slow.
The alliance is not on. The Huns no longer exist on the map. No, Persia does not have navigation. I don't believe that they're near it. Um, let's check. No, they don't even have labor force. They're beelining for land consolidation. The Persia families are statesmen, trappers, and riders.
A lot of science has been leaders and excellent courtiers, I think. Um, and he's been building a lot of inquiries, which is impressive. But a lot of science has been his courtiers, and most of them have died right now. But earlier they provided a lot of science before he got specialist. But he's been slowly turning it into specialist, and it's just I struggle to see a way back for Sean. He doesn't know it yet, but he seems to be struggling. We do have this excellent hunter site up here. If I turn on resources, camp, fur, 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 and that is mirrored on the other side with scientific as well, having fur, 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 elephant.
Yeah, Stein's got all of them improved, save for the elephant. Um, and on the other side, mirrored, we're working on finishing our second camp here. Third camp, actually. They do have the elephants camped up.
It's the improvements controlled has almost leveled out, which is a great news for our Persian player. Early on, he was quite behind, but the specialist count is in favor of scientific. And he will have portcullis soon. Yeah, and we do have era of corruption, and we did. Weren't really able to talk too much about it due to a lot of stuff happening. Seems like we killed a unit, yeah. And slowly working with the last Thracian sites up here.
Something that did turn the tide for Scion was an event that gave him a free camel archer. That has been absolutely tearing through all of the horse-based tribal units. He's really only needed that, and only just started building military units around turn 45.
I'm almost certain.
Very.
I'm almost certain Scientific will have played the diplomatic opening only to have the stats in the tournament sheet. You can point to the diplomat and say, "Look, the diplomat is excellent." But I might be mistaken.
See, that scout hasn't moved. I believe my hypothesis is correct.
Yeah, he's still
He's waiting
farming
for
it.
that science payout.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Scientific has gotten this settler on these gems for the last 10 turns or so, just not able to push towards the meridians, waiting for the camel to heal up and move on to clear the meridian side. It's taken a while.
Hmm.
I think Problem Gambler is correct. Perhaps the main damage was emotional to Sean as he overestimated the threat by a long shot and built too many units in the beginning.
We're going hard on officers in Persia, which will boost science, but not by the amount. I don't see a way to catch up.
We'll have land consolidation soon, and that's gonna can build a few groves, and we'll be able to build our own camels. In how many cities are we able to build camels? At least one rider city. We can build it in Hyper and Gordium. I see 2 cities. Only 2 cities apparently. This attempt to clear this Thracian side is looking rough.
Mm.
And yeah, we will have a total of 4 grows, 3 in the um, capital and 1 in up here.
The I see. The heir to our current Persian leader has been tutored a lot. Already sitting at 4 wisdom. She's will if they get a good roll on leader type, that may we may see a slow comeback from science. I'm not sure if that'll be enough, but Persia is definitely aware that something needs to happen.
I mean, he's been able to look at the knowledge and see erudite on scientific for the last 30 turns or so. That's gotta be scary. That is never a great feeling, seeing your opponent ahead in science. And the gap is only growing, which is even worse. We don't have any laws either, so we are equal in city sites.
Like, do we have?
I was close
Persian
on.
paganism has not been founded.
That is impressive. We've yet to tech. Oh, we did.
No,
No, no.
oh, we have it. Maybe
Yeah.
it's not been a priority, but passing up on, uh, especially if you have the forestry, passing up on um, the I don't know what it's called, like the the default term for it, but it's the shrine that gives you extra training when you have lumber mills surrounding it. It's the fire shrine. Um, Might be really good here. Um, Not sure why they're waiting on it though.
Yeah, also just getting the families in line with a pagan religion is often worth it. I'd say it's a mistake not to go for pagan religion. We see assault elephants coming online, which is gonna be pretty nice. There
I'm
is
gonna
a
be muted for a second. I was just given a whole box of double stuffed gluten-free Oreos that I need to open. So I'll leave it to you, boys.
go do your thing. Be the man you are. And there is a question in chat. What does the groves give you? It depends a bit on the growth, but you can tell here I'm holding over here a bit of culture, a bit of science, a bit of gold. Uh, Overall, they are very good improvements, I'd say, especially if you get a specialist on them. So yeah, there is an answer in chat, even better than my own. And overall, very excellent improvement, and especially with landowners where you can get gardeners in there quite fast, it's gonna be even better. Although there is no landowners on this map. A lot of units put to sleep currently. Not looking to make anything happen, it would seem. We are floating a lot of training in Persia. We are floating a lot of orders without really having anything to spend them on. And we are struggling with clearing the last side. It feels to me like this settler has been moving quite slow towards this side. I may be mistaken. Probably not. Oh, it seems like we are passing. This I'm confused about. I don't get why you are waiting with this unit. Go up here and settle and get the value immediately. Standing around doing nothing seems like a mistake to me. But I think this game could be over quite quickly when Scientific eventually builds a few ships with some advanced units and anchors in the middle ocean or sea right here and suddenly invades Persia. I think it's gonna be difficult to defend. You will need to deal with the Numeridian side. Perhaps he's gonna do something about the Danes. I'm not certain about it, but
Sounds
yeah,
researching his free assault elephant. That's going to be a big swing for his military. He's going to be able to do something with that. Probably
he's also
clear out the bottom of the map.
he's also building a chariot. He's building a few slingers. He is building the army you'd need to invade, basically.
Not sure. I think this is the second hunt I've seen in the trappers capital. Doesn't seem like they're having a big issue with food. Can't figure out why.
I mean, the food ain't great. 32, while it's positive, building one specialist will most likely require even more food than that. So it's difficult, but I'd argue Persia has done an excellent job in building specialists and trying to get back into the science. But walls in Ekbatana, that I think it might be reasonable to have a wall, but also at the same time building a wall is sort of um, too defensive. I don't like a wall, and you have basically no information. You are doing this without any idea if, I mean, you can most likely tell your opponent is having the 7 laws, and having 7 laws, you know they might be able to. Um, yeah, they have served them, so you know they can have ships. All right, I see the reason for building walls, but I'm just not a big fan of walls. I think you should almost never build walls, and especially not when you are behind like this. I'd very much prefer to build a specialist in here, but oh well. Maybe we didn't have the economy. That is not unreasonable. I think we are gonna see Sion upgrading these 2 elephants into his level 8 or 8 strength unit. We need one more law, and looking at the tech tree, what option do we have? We could perhaps go for doctrine, get either tolerance or orthodoxy, or we could perhaps go for citizenship. Both could work in theory. Sion is quite efficient at taking his turn, and we do see him moving out, trying to fight off this Numeridian side down here in the south. He's gotten a worker down here and slowly building the improvements, and you'll be there somewhat soon. And the settler is also moving in, getting ready.
Looks like we're getting a Danish invasion onto Persia as well. But
Yeah.
it looks like Shaun was very good about his timing on starting those groves. As soon as land consolidation was done, we have every worker working on every available grove, as far as I can tell here.
And it would see. Oh, I missed a wine. There are 5 land consolidation resources.
Yeah,
Definitely,
that's good.
definitely makes it more worthwhile. And he is moving the settler up north. Um, good, good for Persia. Building labor force, getting some additional laws. I think that's the right call as well. We do see the camps getting improved in his hunters side to the right of the map. A lot of money in that. I think Shaun
It,
has made excellent decisions for the last few turns.
mm,
Fortunately, a drought is hitting. That's always rough. Look at the food.
mhm.
Negative 71.
Oh man,
That's gotta be annoying. I believe
something that I'm. Sorry, go ahead.
I believe it's also gonna hit the groves. I'm not certain, but I think so.
They're still food positive. Maybe it doesn't
It,
register until
it,
next turn.
I think it's gonna update next turn. Yeah.
Are we finally seeing this barbarian camp be erased?
I mean, we are building a settler, and we see 2 elephants, assault elephants, and 1 normal war elephant moving in. I think these barbarians are gonna have a bad time very soon.
Yeah.
It looks to me like they are gonna struggle to survive. We also have another
What's
camel
this?
archer coming from science.
We have polytheism, so he's spamming those shrines now. Looks like for I wouldn't I wouldn't necessarily say border growth, but he's definitely benefiting from border growth here. Uh, Going to subsume the elephant tile upon the completion of that shrine, but I think if he's able to get the settler into that barbarian camp beforehand, um, well, it might be to split the resources, where that settled city will have an elephant, and then uh, give me a second. Indraprastha will have their own elephant to work with, to spam elephant units if he so requires.
Where I see you now. Yeah, yeah. I'm here. I was a bit confused for a second. Um, but
It's
I
okay. I'm confused like all the time, so it's
I'm
very helpful to have you around.
I appreciate that. We also
Oh,
see Scientific pushing the borders with the shrines. He went for polytheism.
oh no! Look at the right, very eastern side of the map.
Ooh, we didn't have the. Oh, we
Those are club throwers, Libyan cavalry, Caisadas.
there is
This
an
could be tough.
yeah, there is an event. Um, I don't see it right here, but there is an event related to drought where a tribe is
Yeah,
requesting food
yeah.
resources, and if you're unable to pay, they'll threaten you with an evasion. And I believe this is
That's
what
the worst
we,
place to get it.
yeah, I believe that's what we're seeing. That's gonna be very annoying. It's gonna drag our forces away from the front, and I think we'll have Scientific invade somewhat soon. He's gonna clear this barbarian side, and then we'll see him build a ship soon, I think. Not sure, but I think.
Still got a lot of slingers being produced. Even when we have a Byreme able to be produced in Indra Prastha, he opts for a slinger. It could be due to the lack of wood resources, but if it were me, I don't know. I think I'd choose the Byreme, um, so I don't have to wait while I'm already ready.
I I just see Cyan pushing all the bonus cards for units.
Oh, I don't think it ever did. It ever was Hans.
Th
This
this
adjacent site.
yeah, this was always Barbarians problem gambler. It never switched.
It's really hard to tell. I will yield that. I had to double check every time I was counting Hunter's sites. We've got chat between the players. This whole match has been doomed. Well done for sending the Huns for me. Sion saying, a cruel ploy indeed.
And it does confirm our suspicion that Sean got thrown for a loop when the hunt attacked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just don't. Using my past match as an example, I had no idea my opponent had 3 rebels to each city. But I was doing my best to defend what I had in front of me. Um, just that lack of information, or if I had that information, I would have been so much more confident about what I was doing. And I think the same goes for this diplomat play. If Sean had the information that Sion was completely exhausted of resources, he may have made a few different decisions, like maybe a few more specialists and a few less warriors going straight for the Hunnish camps. Who knows? But it's hard to tell what your opponent is doing diplomatically. There's nothing really to 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 show that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I wonder if the lack of paganism is to avoid the hassle of juggling
I,
a a
ah,
religion.
I mean, you might be right. It may also have been you'd like to get a real religion in all your families,
Yeah.
and you may thought you could get Judaism before your opponent, but you never got around to it, and then you never really saw an opening for building the shrines. But I think it's a
Mhm.
mistake. I think there is merit to opting not to build any shrines in the beginning and get Judaism in all or on all your families.
Right.
But the ship has sailed. You'd like to move on. I think paganism right now would make it easier for us to manage our family relations. Coming back to Sion
These
here.
elephants are so slow, man.
They're moving a bit back and forth, but they're getting there.
They're
He's
beautiful models. I've not seen them in game yet. Whoever did that, hats off.
Yep. I'll have this city settled next turn. I wonder if we will be able to clear the side down south. It looks to me like we'll need a bit of reinforcement. He's
Oh,
gonna
we have a
lose
second
a
camel
unit.
archer?
He's gonna lose that unit if we don't have reinforcement coming in. Do we have
How do
reinforcement
we
coming? We
how do
have
we have a
a
second camel archer?
we built or we teched towards the free camel archer.
Ah, thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, so could you explain for us why having a religion is beneficial toward your empire versus not having a religion, or maybe why having many religions is good, and some of the drawbacks with that?
The the main benefit of having religion is enabling you the possibility of increasing said relationship with religion and then using the relationship to with the religion to boost your actual relationship with the family if they follow the religion. You do also get the benefit from religion with building monasteries and temples, but especially
Mhm.
monasteries. You can upgrade the religion, for instance, with legalism to get some great bonuses. And some mechanics in the game, for instance, with a zealot rushing out units, you need a religion for that. But the main thing is increasing relationships and yeah, that's gonna pay dividends in the game. At least that's my take on religion.
Yeah. I thank you for explaining that. I myself have trouble knowing when to push for a religion, when to develop it, or to not develop it very much. Um, I guess the drawback of having a few different religions would be the battling of family heads. But you, like you said, building the monasteries, you get a monastery for each one. That pays out if you're able to keep up with it, right?
Monasteries also have monks, and I think monks are an excellent specialist type. So that's another
I've heard
benefit.
that, but I don't understand why. It would be the is it happiness that they give?
I like them for the civics. I think civics are sort of difficult to come by, and I feel like it's a specialist that pays for itself over quite some time. But if you get it upgraded, it's gonna scale with the culture in the city. So it's not gonna provide a lot of immediate value, but over time it's gonna be a pretty decent um, civics boost. And having extra civics is gonna be very nice when you are in the late game.
We just got a reroll from Scion, teching straight into the free onager. So
He
that seems to me like something's about to happen.
he's been going for every single free unit for the past turn. If we go into the graph with military score, this is dangerous. We suddenly see Scientific being ahead in military score. All we need is a ship or two, and then Persia is pretty much toast, I think.
Scion, if you're watching this, super goofy. I love this. It's not a military unit to be found, and then the camel archer, and then all the free units, and you're ready to go. Or almost ready to go, it seems. But hats off to you if this pays off, and it was cool if it didn't.
Just spamming inquiries in our two main civic cities, while the rest of the empire is mainly building units, and we're taking the most advanced units we can get our hands on. And
I don't think we have. Sorry, Buldus. I was responding to chat. Did you have anything else?
nah, not really. No, we haven't gotten a single wonder in this
Yeah.
match. Law,
We
law.
may have had the. Is it there wonders for the state religions or the world religions?
No, no one built those. I'm almost certain. Might be mistaken, but I don't think so.
Yeah, we could do a wonder check.
No,
But I don't think we're gonna see any.
no wonders as of yet. And a law check. We in Persia we've got two laws. We got freedom and vassalage, and it took a while before we really got into laws at all. And for Scientific and Moria, we have 6 laws currently. We have Epic's Constitution. We did have tyranny for a while. Freedom, serfdom, centralization, and polytheism.
Yeah. Responding to Fluffy Bunny, we can see down at the bottom of the map, next to the Auras Mountains, and the top of the map, next to the Apparantial Range, there is a 2-tile gap, or actually it's
One
a
one
one
tile
tile.
gap. One tile gap, top and north, and that's it.
Yeah.
And then you have this middle sea where you need to bring some ships, basically.
There's some funny shenanigans going on earlier with the Hunnish invasions and tribal invasions, trying to get through that gap.
I don't think Persia have any spears to speak of. Nope, no spears in Persia. So they... I imagine Persia has been looking at the graph, and for the longest time they've been looking at Scientific being weaker or much weaker than themselves, and then in the span of 2 turns they suddenly went to stronger. That's gonna be very annoying. You thought you had an edge.
I may have an idea why we're seeing spams in the hunt or in the chopper cities. It costs food to make camel archers, and camel archers are great against mounted units, and they're going to be expecting some elephants to come in. So we'll see if that pays off. And I say that because we don't see anything other than warriors and slingers being produced in Persia right now. So we must be waiting on something.
we do see a lot of hunt. That's for certain.
Mm-hmm. It's 75 apples for each camel.
It's the Persia bonus bringing that down. Normally it's 100.
Persia bonus bring. Could you? Oh, they're a little bit cheaper.
Yeah, all goods required for ranged units are cheaper for Persia.
Thanks for reminding me of that.
Yep, you're welcome.
That's that sounds like it would seriously pay off for spamming camel archers.
You would think so, and I think you're right. But I think Scientific, at least I would I would be looking to move forward. We've just been taking all these units
Mhm.
to cards for quite a while. I'd look to take advantage of that and know we have a timing right now and close out the game. Scientific
Mhm.
hasn't taken the military drill as of yet, which I think is also quite entertaining. And Cyan is doing Cyan things, making
Well,
it work somehow. It's very
you
interesting.
you know what we can do instead of build spears? We can go straight to manor and start spamming conscripts.
I mean, yes, we just
Nobody take that advice. Nobody take that advice.
I, you I've heard tales about this guy named Problem Gambler doing stuff with conscripts, and I love to see it eventually. And I think you'd like it too. For people not knowing, the Magnus special is a conscript rush, and he's been attempting to make it work versus me more than once, and so far I don't think you really pulled it off without me having something to
No.
deal with them. But they they they've definitely been interesting to fight. Suddenly
You
you
know, but
had.
the
No, go ahead.
anticipation leading up to unlocking manor, it's like, oh, I'm ready to go. Oh, I got my growth ready. I'm starting to pop out conscripts. And then I see the full army with your siege, with your spears, with your axes and your cavalry and your ranged units. And my heart sinks. Um, but but
but
you know,
but
the
remind
road to it was very fun.
but remind yourself my route chain is only gonna route 3 times as you somehow have conscripts all around. Do you remember the fellow playing in last tournament, Nisar? I I ha-
Yes, yes.
I had the one game with him, and I had a builder and I had a million workers. He was Egypt, and it was only due to conscript I managed to survive. He rushed in and got my one of my cities to basically dead. So there are definitely value to conscripts. I actually think the conscripts are quite decent. It's 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 not every game they are decent, but on certain
Mhm.
circumstances they are an excellent unit. Anyways,
Let's
back.
hope we see that in this tournament.
I'm certain
Yes,
we're gonna
you're
see
right.
it.
Let's get back.
But back to this game, we will see Scientific almost having cleared this Meridian side. It's gonna be cleared next turn. Moving forward to the Danes, we have a alliance peace with the Danes, and they are raiding our opponent. I don't think he's gonna move for the Danes. I don't see any zealots. We have phalanx coming, and most likely we could go for either doctrine or citizenship, getting the seventh law, and by that enabling us to upgrade our unit while we build a few ships. So that could be a play. Meanwhile, I mean, the science is improving for Sean.
Right. what something I've been taught. I think it was either by you or by Sion. Your science should at least match your year count. Um,
That
and I'm not sure if that's true in all cases,
that
but
is Scientific's rule of thumb, I think, and
okay.
I think it's a decent rule to live by. Um, I must admit I think your science should be a bit ahead of your turn count, but it depends on a lot of factors. If you had a lot of aggression early on, for obvious reasons, it's not gonna be a science game. We did manage to clear the tribal invasion in Persia. We are holding the fort down south, still having trouble to move into the Thracian side. I don't know if we're gonna make an attempt for that, but we are still building warriors, loads of warriors and slingers, and their efficiency is running out quickly when they're gonna be fighting versus what Sion is bringing. He's gonna be bringing elephants and people riding on horses and camels or dromedaries. So,
Tigers and bears.
did you say bears?
It's just
I mean
it's a
that would be a pretty cool unit, having a bears cavalry.
yeah, yeah. We see it in another game that that tends to invade our Discord just a little bit. Uh, uh, Total War Warhammer. But nope, that's not this game. This is Old World. Um, yeah, no, I was making a joke about what's it called, Wizard of Oz. Lions, tigers, bears. Oh my! But yeah, just about everything. I
Maybe some modder is gonna or have already made a mod for bear cavalry. I
Oh,
love
that'd be
it.
sick.
I would love a few more units in the tech tree, but I'm not quite sure exactly where to put them and what role they would fill. So this is not really a thoughtful insight I'm bringing up here. It is just more is more.
We have Manny, Prophet Manny, and his teachings. So Sion has received 5 religions, and Christianity was offered to Persia, I believe. That's a mechanic. I don't like using this term, like a pity mechanic, um, so that one person does not
Sci
assume every single religion in the world.
Scientific got 2 events related to science, and one of them is a free technology, another is 120 science this turn. Both pretty good, I'd say. And I wonder what he's gonna opt for. I'd guess the free tech. He could get Doctrine this turn if he's lucky. Interesting. And we see the last city coming online. Or maybe not the last city, but for now, I think that's gonna be the last city. And
Are you sorry? Are you speaking of the Danish site down at the bottom?
no, we cleared the Meridians and we killed them.
I see. Well, we've got that second settler on the way. Should be bound for. Excuse me if there's a lot of noise going on. Should be going for the Danes. Yeah.
Where do you see the settler? Am I blind?
It's Sion settler
Oh,
between
we have it
Udina.
already. Yeah, I missed that earlier.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. If that's the case, yeah, I think the Danes' days are numbered.
Yeah.
May
If you need to go and take a break during that period, I'll understand, and I can take the stream for a little
I'll
bit.
just go and lick my wounds. I mean, the Danes kind of suck in this game. They have an ice bonus, which is
100 bonus, yeah.
I'd love them to get a different bonus that would make them worthwhile. Maybe a new bonus to raiding could be implemented, or
Oh,
amphibious.
that'd be cool.
I think that would be better. I don't see him. I don't see Scientific. I don't think he got a free tech this turn. I think he opted to get the science instead, which I don't really understand, to be fair. I think that is a mistake. I think you should have
Wait,
gone for the
what
free
was
tech.
was it a random free one?
It was a random free one, and I don't think he.
Oh, no, I think I think he should have took the flat science because look at his random free ones. He could have gotten a one turn a military drill that would have taken him one turn, yeah.
But still, the science output would still be greater. I don't think he got any techs. I think he just opted to take the science, or maybe he took the one extra wisdom on his leader. His leader does have 12 science, which is kind of crazy in itself. That is a lot of his science from the leader. 20 science along with all the bonuses he provides in the city, which is
The
21.
scholar, yeah.
Yeah, that
Two
it
per year for archive.
it's it's a wise leader. I'm not quite certain exactly how he managed that. One of the events we saw was an free hunt, or sorry, an hunt related event. I'm not quite certain exactly how that worked out, but
Was it the chain event that requires you to go through a bunch of different checks?
I'm not certain.
Hmm.
Perhaps
Big
is my
game,
bet.
I think it's called.
I
Never gotten through that one.
I I'm not quite certain. We need some better casters to.
No, we're doing fine.
Uh, can we tell notable event? Captured a lion. It must have been that event, or that was maybe last turn. I think that was last turn.
If you
Anywho,
give me the name, I can look it up while you look at other things.
I think it was last turn, so the Church of Money, a remarkable discovery, Silver Jubilee, and commemoration. You can look at it yourself. I absolutely butchered
Mm,
some of
mm,
those
mm, mm.
pronunciations. I
No,
said
I
word,
understood you perfectly.
I said words I've never said before, and I'm not quite sure what they mean.
Yeah, the a remarkable discovery would have been the science-based one, it seems. I'm not sure what the flavor text would be, but you either have the option of gaining one wisdom, uh, bonus XP, and bonus science, an average bonus science gain, um, or take blessed and
Yeah, that
um,
that that was
add
the
the
event we saw.
literature luxury, I think. Yeah, this old world reference guide that Alcaraz has, very helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. If you're still here, bloodless rebellion was the event that Persia just went through.
We see Sion opted to go for. He changed his laws into colonies, and he's buying tiles, having the entire coastline connected between his cities, and he's gonna be able to get down to the Danish side almost immediately. I still think should go through the sea in the middle, but he can take a lot of avenues and most likely still be fine. He's probably going for the 7 lord timing as people were talking about earlier, and upgrading his eunuch unit is gonna be pretty devastating. Oh, that might be a play, I'm not certain about it. See a lot of shrines from Sion.
Persia's Bloodless Rebellion event was a rare event, it seems, but based on the outcome that I'm seeing here, it seems like they just took a small boost to character XP rather than picking any other option.
Fluffy in chat is Fluffy Bunny. He's pointing out he could, in theory, buy tiles over in the middle without actually getting a ship and having instantaneous connection. Yeah, that would be quite strong as well. Buying tiles on these
Yeah, he's on colonies now.
and then going over, that could work out as well.
So Persia's on a timer here.
Persia has been on a timer for quite a while, and he's
they
going for
lost a bit of
navigation.
science.
He is going for navigation. Add a fish, add science. I say take the science every single time here. Yeah, and he did. He took the science. He can most likely go for serfdom or colonies. Maybe he should go for colonies, denying the possibility for his opponent to get the center control. And I think he's got enough.
A lot of gold.
And I think he's got a lot of orders already, so he don't really need it. A lot of army up top trying to clear the Thracian side in the end. Do we have another settler in the works somewhere? Yeah, we do. We do have a settler coming. So they will be an equal number soonish. But Siontific's army is scary. It's gotta be difficult to counter that without any spears, and we don't have any spears.
Military score is about the same right now. I don't want to presume any reason for that. But can those elephants get a route chain, or is that just Carthage?
It's only Carthage.
Okay.
They will, however, level a city wall in one turn. So.
Oh.
Or maybe not one turn, but they're quite efficient at dealing with cities, if I'm not mistaken. And again, I haven't played this nation too much, but yeah, Assault Elephant, they have Assault, so they have 50% into urban and into fort. So they are tough to deal with in urban environments.
Remind me, training, when you get access training, what does it spill over toward?
Is that
like marginal civics?
I think so, or orders maybe. I don't remember. This is the kind of stuff a guy making guides should know, but there is quite a lot of simple stuff I frankly don't know.
You cannot tell yourself that people just hop on, press record, and don't do research for their guides. It takes a lot of time to put those together.
I mean,
sure.
In the first 30 turns or so, I rarely get to 2000 training, so that might be it.
True.
Yeah. Fluffy,
thank you.
Helping me out, and it does overflow into orders. I think that's what I ended up saying in the end. So I sort of said it at least. Maybe not with confidence, but
Good, good.
and you can get civics into science. That's kind of fun if you overflow.
That ore is still harvested on my screen. That means he's still.
I don't see a scout
If he ever
anywhere.
ended up getting that event, yeah, I think he moved it up.
We do see a shrine being built, so he's gonna expand his borders and get the ore within his borders soon. That's gonna help. The economy isn't great for Sion. He could do with more improvements. Sion is apparently answering questions in the Discord.
Yeah, I actually noticed that last tournament. He's extremely committed to this game. It's very impressive to see. Um, but
I
somehow he must know what to do before his turn even starts. Because I can't do that. I need to think.
I would imagine he knows he's confident he's in his position.
Mm.
He's ahead in science by a large margin, and I think he knows, and has known for quite a while. Interestingly, he does have a spy master, but he didn't put in a single agent. I'd love to put in just one agent, but I mean, if you look at like the family and the council for scientific and look at Persia, that is quite the
Yeah.
difference.
Yeah, it's tough having a very small court. Um, I feel like your court helps compound uh, your gains, and I suppose that's another reason um, uh, religions are so good because you can adopt clergymen, which contribute to your overall scores, I believe.
Problem gambler. Problem gambler in chat is impressed by science, impressive science, and I gotta agree. But I also gotta say I think a lot of it is due to this lovely ruler providing so much value, and
Well,
there is a lot to be said about relying on one ruler as the source of a lot of your science. But this ruler has just been amazing, and he's been spamming out these inquiries in both of his cities for a very long while. I'd almost never opt to go for inquiries to that extent. I'll almost go for a specialist all the time if I have the option.
mhm.
But
Well, if you see the game is closing, um, I believe it's the most efficient option.
it, it probably is, and I could probably learn a thing or two regarding inquiries. Uh, don't get me wrong, I use them, but normally I'm not confident enough in my mid game to find them valuable. So I'll go for them later and go for specialist in the mid game. Uh, Cyan having the option to go for anything he would like to. Anything is instant, basically. The Spy Master is only providing 7 science, so not too impressive. I can give you a breakdown of the science right here. Quite a lot of it is from the leader, and the rest is mainly from his 2 main cities, with quite a lot of it is also being the leader in the city, giving 100% bonus. and Sages over. So very impressive science from Scientific. It's almost in the name. It would seem he ran out of orders before he could buy right here. He did set up a onager. That Danish side is gonna die next turn, I think, before it's gonna be able to build another unit. And then he's gonna have pretty much total control. I don't know how he got this impressive of a ruler. Maybe the religion stacking sort of gave him a lot of events. He is the master of those events. Ooh, we do see a religion actually being founded in Persia. I missed that before. He got Christianity in his own
Yeah.
cities.
That is what I mentioned, the like the pity mechanic,
Ah,
where the other player doesn't have a religion.
I sort of missed that. I apologize.
It's okay, no apology necessary.
We do see one
We've been
rebel.
streaming for how long?
I think 3 hours currently. So, and they did say they were going for a marathon session, and if they're gonna continue for 2, 3 more hours, it's gonna be late for me. I have vacation, so it's all good. But I don't think Cyan needs 3 hours to close out this game.
No, my partner just asked me. I'm gonna make pizza. Are you gonna be ready soon? I'm like, in old world terms, relatively soon.
It depends on how long Scientific is gonna play with his food. I really don't. I
Yeah.
really don't see a way for Sean back in this game. And look at his opinion. His hunters are furious. They
Oh
opted to go
boy.
for Christianity. That's another reason for going paganism. You may have a religion suddenly spread to you, and if you have no paganism, your family is gonna adopt it. And if the relation is bad, well, you're in for a bad time. So he had a rebel spawn, and he's gonna have multiple rebel spawn. His units are gonna be weak. Look, he's having to use 8 units or 7 units to clear this Thracian camp, whereas Scientific is accomplishing more with less. And that's been sort of the name of the game for a long while now. With less, Scientific accomplishes more. So he can cut corners and build economy. But we do
We
see
have
camel
the
archers.
in yep,
Uh,
there
They
they are.
they are being built, and we do have our unique unit, but I think it's too late.
Yeah. We have the well, is that siege unit unlimbered now? Looks like
The
they are.
the
And
reason
sorry, Baldus, but
no, it's cool. The reason I was just trying to answer Alcaraz in chat. The reason the religion is such in a shitty state. We have a zealot versus a scholar and a proud versus humble, and we don't follow and proud. So a lot
they're
of
mount.
at least our leader is going to die next turn. That's might be a good thing. But we did see what I was saying
Uh,
before. We managed to clear the Danish side and settle. So
yeah, Akras, I think you're right. It's for camels versus horse unit specifically, not versus mounted. Uh, but don't they have? They have a bonus from arid sand, which is something.
next,
With nomad.
the leader for Sean is gonna die next turn. It's doomed. That's gonna most likely fix our relationship issues, but we might get new issues. But yeah, Zealot is here to take the throne. I think the timing is pretty well. We would like to have a salad when we're going to war, and we are most certainly going to war soon. And that sort of
Being those
fixed our
borders
family.
must
But
be pretty spooky.
yeah, Sean is witnessing his doom slowly coming towards him.
Sion could so easily build a boat,
And he's been able
but
to build a boat, but I don't think he believes in boats.
he
What
may just be flexing here.
That's sort of what I was saying with playing with his food. But maybe he's just playing it safe. But I would be surprised if he doesn't know this is within his grasp. That would be a skill he would need to improve upon if he doesn't have that game sense currently. But I think he does. I would be very surprised if Sion isn't 95% at this point. He's gonna win. But
Well, if he's anything like me, he likes putting on a good show.
and I think he is putting on a good show. And I gotta say, the beginning of this game was amazing. I'm still impressed. We still don't see us 7 laws for scientific. He does have the I should try to capture the fun here. But scientific is still only sitting at 6 laws. He does have the tech to go for tolerance or orthodoxy, but for whatever reason he opted not to do it yet. He does have the civics for it, at least last turn I checked, but not as of yet. And finally we did manage to... Ooh! We can go fight this Thracian guy. We might just win. I don't remember that. Get
Hey,
scarred. I still think we won.
we have an event.
I didn't.
I didn't see a pop up.
I think we got scarred in the duel. And most likely got some legitimacy as well. We are still just witnessing an army mainly consisting of slingers and warriors, turn 70. We do have a few camel archers coming online, but it looks difficult. I wonder what the army military score is sort of similar currently. Improvements controlled actually still also kind of close.
What about the quality of those improvements? I was just taking a look at Savalon, the volcano down the bottom left side of the map, with the adjacent sorghum to the volcano and the specials attached.
I would imagine Sion being ahead, but I'm not certain.
The we don't have mines on the gems.
I'm gonna repeat myself, but there is a question regarding science. It's mainly due to his leader having 12 science and being in his capital. That's the main reason. But overall, he's just had more specialists, and he's been spamming inquiries in his cities quite a lot. 3 inquiries. Yeah, that's the difference. But we are seeing him just taking control of this map. having to make a lot of decisions. It looked like he got twins earlier. Two sons just hit 18. Early in the game, it was mainly specialist. He had acolytes going and just a bunch of specialists earlier than his opponent. But I must say I don't quite understand why Scientific's research has been so stellar this entire game. I'm impressed and surprised at the same time.
Too many specialists in the capital. I think his court has just been very strong.
Yeah, it did have a lot of courtiers in earlier. Have had some excellent heirs for most of the game. His
The archives given him, the scholar leader with the archives is giving him 13. It's just a really good setup.
There are some excellent young boys in his family line. Commander 29, Zealot 18, Zealot 18. I mean, and I feel like I have the opposite feeling with Persia. I feel like their science should be better, but it isn't. Whereas with Scientific, I feel like his science should be worse, but it isn't. So this overall it adds up to a very difficult position for our opponent or our Sean. I don't know what I would do in this position. Ooh, we do see Scientific having gone for 7 laws, and I imagine he will be building a citadel very soon, if not already. I don't see it being built currently. Do we have... No, we only have one. We do have 2 strong. And we are building a citadel downing our Hunter city. So a citadel is coming. We will be able to upgrade our eunuch unit quite soon. And I wonder what law we went for. We went for divine... No, yeah, divine rule. So getting extra orders. We did spread our Hindu religion.
I'm going to go through the resource production real quick and just mark the differences. Sion has better growth, better civics. He's actually pretty. Let's see how much of pretty far behind in training now that the zealot is on the throne. I believe that was the catalyst for that. Culture, uh, science doing a lot better on that right now. Science, it's been exponential for Scientific, whereas Persia has maybe like a 15-degree angle on their science over time graph, whereas Scion has more of like a 65-degree ascending angle. Um, Food, Persia's doing better. Orders, actually neck and neck, it seems, according to these graphs. Um, Money production is down for both nations. Scientific has hit the floor, it seems. Iron's about the same. Stone, Scion's a little bit better. And wood, Scion has nothing, whereas Persia has 36 wood income per turn. That'll wrap it up for the resources.
We have a prediction from Fluffy Bunny. He's saying he predicts auto rushing 8 strength unique units is gonna be happening soon, and then an attack in 10 turns or so from Scientific. That could maybe be the case. His economy is taking a beating. He's losing.
Mm-hmm.
This could be Ninja playing with negative 300 gold each turn. That's quite unlike Scientific. He often makes a big effort about valuing gold, and he just rushed into his opponent with a scout, set up an agent network, put an agent in, and saw an opulence. That's gonna surprise him, I think.
It seems like most of the reduction is coming from just upkeep on his cities, but a lot of it is actually coming from his court. The Grand Vizier is deducting 31 gold. Um, his sons, 36 gold between the both of them, and 25 between the royals and courtiers.
Yeah. The opulence project that has just begun being built is mainly due to an event and an ambition, I'd imagine. I still think this is a mistake. You don't want to spend 10 turns in one of your
Yeah.
I'd say skip the opulence project and skip this ambition. But
From what I learned from Alcaraz, if you're still in the chat, thank you very much for this advice. During my last game when he was commenting, you want to get ambitions that are on the way, not off of your path. So this opulence project, it really does look like it's completely from left field, not in accordance to his game plan. So yeah, I agree with you, Boldus here, and I agree with Alcaraz.
wonder is if we're just gonna see temples being built soon for the extra orders. But again, I think we have so many options currently as Scientific, and basically 0 options as Persia, where we would like to take this game. Yeah, Alcaraz, it's the unlucky ambition.
It feels like right now Scientific's just choosing the weapon of murder, and Persia here is just waiting for it to happen.
Again, I would have gone directly in the middle with a ship 10 turns ago,
yeah.
I think. But we do see Persia is buying the coastline just as we saw before.
Buying or
yeah, but he went into colonies and buying the coastline, and I think that's a pretty good choice.
Yeah,
that's gonna enabling him to bring his northern units down south. But it does mean we've only got one one little tribe site left, the Vandals. We are, and that would mark the beginning of the middle game to me. So quite the
Or
strong
one tribe,
position for middle
or
game.
all tribes being gone.
Yeah, but it's not clearly defined. We do see elephants being built also in Persia. It's a good choice as well.
A couple councils.
We instantly re-rolled Scientific. I wonder if Scientific
Mm.
is attempting to not to prove a point by not going military drill and say, hey, look guys, you don't need military drill at all. It's quite overrated.
I could see that.
He's just gonna bring up this game 10 times in the next 3 months as a proof of concept. When
Dude,
when when,
no.
when people say you should up to go military tradition quite early, he's just gonna say, no, I did fine. I won my game easily. I went with a diplomat and I'd never teched military tradition. What? It seems to be a skill issue, guys. What are you talking about?
No, no, no. He does reckon he's very humble on his skills, it seems. Um,
I think he's just
I,
gonna attempt. I think he's playing for the fun of it.
yes, yeah, I agree with that. Then
Um,
100% not going military for the meme. Yeah, yeah. I'm on that. I'm on that board.
I think
I misinterpreted what you were trying to say.
I think I think it depends on the type of guy. If I were in Sean's position, I'd be a bit annoyed with Scientific not really trying to end it. Or
Mm.
maybe he is doing his best, but at least from the perspective of the casters, and we know the position, it seems like he has plenty of options to end it. But
Uh,
uh,
he was in the negatives for gold, and so it looks like he's changed over all of his production lines to council. And he just got coinage. I'm not sure if he's putting anything up with that right now, but um, I'm gonna guess he really just wants to buy these tiles, um, and he's gonna wait to do that. Now, I'm curious from like a caster's perspective. It was discussed like, all right, when is it twisting the knife? When do the casters have the opportunity to go like, all right, like the game's already over. We're just waiting to see it happen. Um, I don't think we're quite there yet,
I, I
but I'm curious to
I
know what
I
you think.
I think we're far away from that position. Uh,
Okay.
but that doesn't change the fact that I don't think Persia has really a lot of options. With that said, we do have two camels coming up. We do have a war elephant coming up. We have sentinels, and we have scientific attacking into that in a little choke if he's gonna go for the southern side.
Mm.
Every advantage in my book is still going in scientific's way, but it, this could still change, even more so when scientific is, as I put it before, playing with his food. I think I wouldn't give it a 99%. I would maybe give it 95 or so.
Isn't that the standard of certainty?
It, that is true, but still, good point by
Elephants laugh at choke points.
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. So, if I remember correctly, if the unit has nowhere to go, but was panicked, instead they will receive a disarm debuff. I think that's right.
Yeah, I believe that's how the mechanic works.
What is going on? Is this tile buying that I'm hearing?
I think it was
Or
healing,
healing?
maybe. I do see a lot of healing on his units. And he might be pushing towards the last side, the Vandal side. Do we... we have an awful lot of council on this map currently. And we see a Byreme coming or being built in Ekbatana.
Hey, there we go.
That took a while, and I'm surprised it's not Scientific that is building a Byreme. But I mean, better late than never.
If he says anything other than just because I could, like not by not building a Byreme, I will eat my own shoe.
Please, Scientific, for the love of the game and the god and Magnus himself.
I need to understand.
Think what you are gonna say. I mean, if the leader dies, the science is gonna be somewhat close, and almost all of Scientific's science has gone into units, and if we somehow throw all those units away, maybe suddenly we got a sort of
Yeah,
competitive
if
game on our
he
map.
opens up the menu and hits disband on all of his units, and maybe closes the game, turns off his computer, and goes to bed.
I'm just saying you are fighting versus camels into sentinel camels at that. That is, to be fair, elephants are not horse units, so camels
Yeah.
are not gonna be that great.
Yeah, I wonder why it's not for both. Like what's the design decision behind that? Um,
I mean,
Fluffy,
elephants are
if you have any
elephants.
idea.
Elephants are elephants. It's a different animal.
It is, it is. But usually we're talking about like mounted versus mounted. Um,
We see a lot of mines being built, and we see the ore mine being built. We don't see a lot of food. Did we opt for... Sorry, wrong law. Did we opt for... No, we are still in centralization. We could go vassalage around now. I think that might be worth considering. 35 food each turn is starting to have a value. Equivalent to 10 or 11 science, I think.
it seems like he swapped to freedom at some point. My,
I think it's been freedom the whole game, or close to it.
well, it, he's on slavery now and monotheism. Uh, so we did see some adjusting, serfdom to colonies. Um, yeah, interesting.
We've got 3 turns left on the Citadel, and again a lot of counseling in all our cities. Are we building temples with all our units or disciples? I think it would be pretty wise to build them, and we do have decent stone production, so that could be an option. But it's funny, we haven't spent any civics improving any religion. I rather have one good religion than all these random religions. I think that's better, but maybe there's a science.
I think dualism would be your dualism and Gnosticism are your science choices. Let me look that up. From Temple, 1 year, 1 science per. year per urban specialist, and 2 civics a year with archive. Again, that's Gnosticism Tier 2 theology. And dualism Tier 2 theology. It's a little bit easier to get that. The science, it's just 1 science per year per religion.
And it seems like we got paganism finally in Persia.
Hmm.
And did we opt for?
I mean, if Sion keeps waiting, there will be a point in the game where Persia is able to defend enough to get to a point where they can catch up.
I'd argue Sion is doing a marvelous job attempting to throw away this game currently.
Huh.
I still give him the edge, but if you would like to lose a game, I say be far ahead in science, go for all the bonus cards you can get on units, and then do nothing with said units.
Well, okay, let's look at his current vision. He doesn't have any scouts in their territory. I think he's setting up. No, yeah, he's setting up his networks.
No. He does have scouts.
So he doesn't have. Yeah, he does. He does. I was mistaken. He's setting up his spy networks right now, but beforehand, I don't think he knew quite what he was working with. He saw the military score being similar, or much stronger at some point, but through setting up these spy networks, it's going to confirm to him that we're still working with slingers and swordsmen. Well, he should know that by now, with these 3 networks he's built. So I take back what I said.
Our leader is severely ill. I'm curious what our science is gonna be when our leader dies. Don't get me wrong, I still think scientific is ahead, but I actually think the longer this game goes on, the less of an advantage he will have. His economy ain't that great if you look at it. He's not making any food, he's not making any wood. Very limited gold. It is quite expensive to buy all these tiles. He opted not to go for Byreme. The Air Scion is a commander, also severely ill apparently.
Oh, he's
got a zealot.
Pretty good stats across the board.
He's got a zealot capable of taking the throne.
Pious
this
zealot.
guy, yeah. Currently, it's this commander, decent but severely ill.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got options. But our excellent leader might soon be, his days might soon be numbered.
So something interesting to note here. King, okay, I'll just say Sion's leader was stressed. Sion's response was to within 2 turns do the an event where it no longer has him stressed. I think it was indulged in revelry, and becomes infamous. Now, I'm not a great player, but I think I'd take stressed over infamous. Not like he had a choice there, but I've been hearing that the indulgent revelry option is a very dangerous option to take when you are stressed. Sometimes it's best just to eat the debuff it gives you because it's really rolling the bones
I I th
when you indulge in revelry.
I think it's something I should look more into. I often indulge in Verily, and I think it's worse in multiplayer as I understand it, worse in single player, as you may end up declaring on an opponent.
Yeah.
But I'm not an expert at all.
One thing to note with a stressed character is that they can't complete missions. So Sion may have felt like his hand was forced. Um, I mean, it looks like all his kids are adults, but if he was looking to say tutor his children, I believe the stressed mechanic would prevent him from doing that.
Still see specialist count is being better for Persia,
A lot of workers going down.
and improvements also equal. Family opinion also about equal, I'd say. Not really anyone coming out far ahead in that regard.
Remind
Could
me, can you shoot over mountains with Onager?
no.
Okay, thank you.
I I believe they work differently from any other tile. The impassable is somehow
Mm,
cutting off the range of the onagers and also archers. If you're standing too close to the mountain, you will have a very limited field of view.
yeah, I've been there before. Thinking I've got archers looking down the mountain pass, and it turns out they're just looking at each other.
There's a question regarding wonders, and I think especially the gerbil barkle in the game could be a factor, but none of the players have committed to anything in that regard. We do have Hinduism finally being the state religion in Siontific's land, so he could go for the gerbil barkle. That might be a very good play.
With what he's trying to do, the Apadana might be another good one. Getting the reduction to upkeep.
I mean, there are some decent choices. He also could go for the Buddhas. I think the the monumental Buddhas
Yeah.
could also give religious opinion. All cities culture per religion.
Oh, there's a Byrene.
From
There's finally a Byrene that Sion's producing.
oh my god, what is this, Sion?
Woohoo!
Is he also gonna build or take a military tradition? That would seem crazy to me. He's opting for the money boost for now.
Why? Why? Why the Byrene now?
I don't know. Maybe he's done playing with his food. The Citadel is gonna be done next turn. Then he could go for 8 strength units, which would be quite strong. We are improving our food.
Hmm.
We still have
I've got a.
we still have the entire Persian army up north fighting the last 2 tribal units on the map.
The only thing I can come up with why he waited so long is to by the tiles so that his anchored unit will be less at risk. Um, he can heal in his own territory um, while still providing movement. Um, don't know though. Yeah, the tile buying is
We
he just wants to play like the what's it paint the map.
look at the science for scientific. It's back at 62, and we got the commander on the leader
Oh
on the throne. So that changes things quite a lot.
yeah, what? How much of a drop was that?
That was basically around 40% of his science. So that is quite brutal.
So we were at
It seems like we have action down south. When we got the commander, we decided to move in. We do have some tiles down here. So might, something's gonna give. There is a distinct advantage of a lot of the Persian army being tied up north, clearing the Vandals. Do we have enough firepower for going in?
I think we do. Um,
I think we
One
do.
thing to note about Commander, um, it's not only the 10 XP a year for every unit, but it's also the 10 defense versus infantry units, and that's mostly what we've been working with from Persia. Although they have been trying to get out a lot of mounted units since discovering land consolidation.
Yeah, that is true. We'll see these arid camels doing work in here. They are gonna deal pretty decent damage, but do we have enough?
Yes, he does. Um, he does have the leader assigned to a Bolton cavalry. However, I'm confused as to why we haven't been upgrading these units and just been sitting on
Training.
the 2000 training. Yeah,
Yeah, I think that is a mistake. He was floating training for a long while. He could have changed that. Should have maybe upgraded. But I'm... Ooh, we're moving all the
nice.
way through.
Oh,
Going
oh,
for the
okay.
onager.
I like that.
That's interesting.
That I think your camels might be going next turn, but
It's very aggressive, and giving up your camels for the onager. Maybe? I'm
well,
not
it was a free
certain.
unit. You know,
No, no,
like
no,
he
no.
didn't build it.
No, it wasn't free. Or yeah, you're right. The way he got it was free, but he sacrificed. He's gonna sacrifice the position of 2 camels for that.
Yeah, yeah,
So, but honestly, I think it might be worth it.
yeah. I think so as well.
You are able to produce camels. You could, with a salad, maybe rush. Do we have? No, we don't have a state religion. This is one of the benefits of having a state religion. You are able to rush. He would have a much easier time defending this if he was able to rush out camels in his 2 cities. But without religion, he's not able to.
Does he has he does not have the camels improved in his capital. Huh. Oh, route chain.
I wonder how efficient our route chain is gonna be right here.
It's
Can
risky. This
I mean, I like he came to play, and this is risky. I don't think he's.
Yeah, I
Nah,
like this personally because Scion's really confident to have moved up those units.
wonder if we could
He
have.
lost his siege unit.
Yeah,
Like we will be losing a lot on the rebound. Um, but this is a hard position to attack into without a Byrene. Um,
we are losing
Scion doesn't
another
have
camel.
any any spears, and he has 2 camels, as far as I'm aware of. So let's see what he does with that. That was I like seeing that. Let's see what happens though.
I like the aggressiveness, but I'm not certain it's the right play. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I will admit it's great, but I think you need every advantage to hold what's coming. And right now you're fighting more in your opponent's territory than your own, and I would be scared for what Scientific will be able to do this turn.
That
But
could be a ridiculous route chain.
but with that said, I don't see a crazy number of units on Scientifics. There are units, but it's not that impressive. The military score is quite close. We do see a lot of orders for Scientific though, and that's gonna help a lot. This is gonna be difficult to calculate, I imagine. We do see
If
the first attack on the camel, only doing 5.
if Persia can get out a Byrene before Scion does, like getting control of that body of water is going to be extremely important for him. Um, Scion may be able to continue with movement with his aggressive tile buying, but not having control of the body of water will be a great mistake on Scion's end for not having built that Byrene earlier.
Yeah, and his army is a bit spread. He does have an armored elephant coming. He does have his leader on a horseman coming. And they can be there, not this turn, but perhaps next turn. We do have a direct route with all this
Mm-hmm.
connected water, but honestly, Persia could and probably should just fall back.
Yeah, yeah, I agree
Just
with that.
you killed 3 units, you lost 1. Fall back and lick your wounds. And if you realize you are not that far behind as you might think you are with science, it could be interesting. We'll have a ship
Well,
coming soon.
remembering what Scion said about himself when he casts and when he explains how he played his tournament games, this is his least strong uh, aspect of the game that he plays. He does not have great experience with fighting other people real people in combat. He's used to fighting with the AI. Um, so we may be in for a surprise upset. Uh, I I really don't know what to think right now, though. But knowing how war is one of Scion's not so strong suits, Persia may have a chance here. I'm not quite sure about their experience with this game, though. Sean's.
I just wish he had his religion. He could rush if he could rush camel archers currently. Although he doesn't really have the money for it. He doesn't have the food for rushing. So
Wouldn't it just be the
that's
training?
yeah. You could in theory, if you had your religion, you could rush units, but you need food and you do not have food currently. So we don't have the economy to maintain that. I like how he's killing the vandals up top. He
That's definitely a choice.
but I don't think it's the. I'm not sure it's the right choice. It's still gonna cost you some orders, and you do not have a lot of orders.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're okay down there first.
But he's falling back, it would seem, and I think that's the right call. Excellent move by Sean to move out. I don't think I would have had the guts. Maybe I would, but this was absolutely the right call. But again,
Yeah,
I really don't get this tactical decision by Siontific. You had the opportunity to make landfall on your opponent on this flat terrain with a more direct route, and you opted to go all the way in the corner to this one gap between the mountains. That's he's paying the price for it.
Yeah, I'd like to see some forts go up.
Yeah, I agree. Persia should absolutely build a fort or two in this joke.
We're getting a camp in Parsa, hopefully too. Wow, you still can't rush it. Where is our Christian city?
We don't have a state religion yet, and we don't have the civics for it, so we won't be able to rush before we get a state religion. So it could be a while.
Sion has upgraded and improved many of his units. We are now seeing spearmen, so
Yeah.
could be pretty scary.
This is a better turn, but the issue is we are attacking into a one wide tile opening here. You can only do so much with all these units.
Answering chat, what happens if the unit can't be moved with the panic ability? I believe the unit will become disarmed. And let me verify. I believe it's a
that is
minus 20%.
I believe that is right.
Yeah, minus 20% attack and defense strength.
But look at this. You're attacking in here is a nightmare. This is interesting, and we're just buying. What are we building in our? We're building spearmen, byreme. We're taking stirrups. Trapper still counseling. Chariot, armored. What are we buying it? We bought with orders, so we've adopted orthodoxy and can now use orders to rush things.
Pretty sure Sion, I was watching a game that he was casting either yesterday or the day before, and he reprimanded somebody for promoting on the front lines.
Yeah, and he did just up to promote that spearman, right?
Yeah. And wow. I might be wrong with that. That may have been my game with Alcaraz. They all blend together right now. But still, it's kind of
Is this a case of moving the spearman forward and then realizing, oh, I'm not really able at all to to deal the damage I thought I would. And
Well, not to the horse, because it is across a river.
yeah,
And dealing damage to the slinger depends on the promotion, I guess.
maybe it was free. But again, this is not that easy to attack into. We do have one ship for Persia, and he's immediately going to build another. And now we see the benefit of having actual officers. His ability to build units is gonna beat out Siontific's, because Siontific has, for whatever reason, decided he doesn't need officers. And I mean, I would personally like to have some officers in my kingdom, but but I don't have 6,000 hours in this game.
You don't need officers when he can rush out armored elephants. How are you rushing that, by the way?
With orthodoxy, you're rushing it with orders,
I didn't know you could do that with the units.
and it's an excellent law, maybe one of the best. And there is an argument to be made for amassing a lot of temples and getting infinite orders and then rushing. Maybe that could be a strategy, a wall, but
I still don't understand why we're buying tiles. Like,
no, me neither.
in the middle of the battlefield.
We lost our spearmen, our well-promoted spearmen. The science currently for Persia is it better? It's more or less equal, and I don't think you have.
I think it's still less stable because our zealot in Persia, it's -2 wisdom. Persia really has taken the time to boost up their science production.
Now we see the
Sorry,
camel archers. No, it's all cool. We are dealing with the warlords up top. Persia still sort of have the orders to manage, and is still sort of building economy. Do we have the economy to keep it going though? Negative? No, not negative. Plus 20 food, but not a lot of plus. Not a lot of plus. This is heating up. But Siontific won't be able to take control of the water in the middle. It's gonna be very difficult with him losing the advantage on the ship number.
Mm-hmm. Well, the most important part is to move that ship over to see what's going on, or at least a scout, or maybe start upgrading the ship, because if you're just bashing skulls together, it's just going to be a little bit of a back and forth. There needs to be something done.
I like this move by Siontific. He is buying or building a bireme in his Sovanorigiri, obviously that's how you say it, city that snaked its way through the first sea all the way to the second sea. Where is he building that can we tell? I don't think we can tell, but building that in the top sea would be interesting.
It
I
looks
don't.
like it's in the bottom C. When you click on the city and hover over
Yeah, you're
the
right. You're right.
unit that's being produced,
Uh,
yeah.
that
I
would have
don't
been
know if that's
fun.
something that observers might see differently, but
I think
yeah.
you might be right.
It's a smart choice on his end if he's going for that second one. Um, Still would really need to see some upgrades on this first firing though.
He's gonna get some kills right here. They're trading somewhat equally. Having bought all this beautiful land on a hunter city is, for obvious reasons, gonna provide him with some pretty strong units down here. But trading one unit for one unit, I that's not his interest.
Yeah, it was a spearman that was just killed, so it is um, it's an important unit to have when you're fighting against mounted units. So I'd say that if it's 1-to-1, Scion would have came out on top because we're not seeing any other spearmen from the Persian army right now.
I yeah, maybe you're right, but I still think we have overall more military production in Persia, and dragging this out is gonna bring the military forces up top south. And yeah, I don't get me wrong, I still think Scientific is miles ahead, but he's not quite able to close out this game in the fashion I think he thought he would. I think he's gonna struggle with actually winning this game. You might not get the pizza anytime soon. Do you see a bit of movement? You do get the assault elephant is going down. Or we may not be able to actually close out and kill it. No, we need archers or something with a longer range to kill this unit. So this is gonna be a better trade for Scientific. It's gonna be 1 for null. So that is pretty good. That is pretty good.
How are you doing on stamina? I think we're at like 4 hours right now.
I got maybe 1 hour or so left in me, I think.
Okay. Um, do we want to let the players know? Because I've got to wrap up here pretty shortly as well.
Maybe we could ask if... I mean,
Oh,
I would feel bad about leaving this game when with no caster. So if we won't be able to find a replacement, I'm gonna do my best to pull through if they continue going. But I prefer to get a substitute caster within the next hour or so. That's been 5 hours for me, and I think that's my limit.
Okay, let's first communicate that with the players, and I'll go put the post out to see if anybody wants to pick up for us in an hour.
Can you make a post in the match thread and ask how they feel? Maybe they'd like to continue. I think they might, but maybe not. Anyways, we have Hanging Gardens coming. for Persia, but he's not quite able to kill that last, deal that last damage to the elephant. War Elephant Warrior by Reams, Camel Archers. I like the production queue for Persia. He's gonna have the last settler as well. He is, however, looking at an opponent that is both erudite and stronger. Still a very tough position to be in. Very tough indeed. And how is Sion gonna do this? Something labyrinth. Alright. If anyone watching would like to come and help spectating this game, feel free to write to either myself or Magnus. We might get the ending before, though. We shall see. We are seeing Siontific definitely making a push for it right now. This is an excellent push for him. Did we not route this? Did I miss something right here? Was that... Kill the warrior? We kill the slinger? May have missed something. But are you watching this, Magnus?
I am making a post.
All right, I'll just talk. We have Siontific pushing through right now, and he's bold, he's strong, and he's absolutely making progress. Might be able to get the leader, although it is a zealot, so he need. But the Stumpy boys have arrived, and we have no real counter in sight. This is maybe getting close to the end. That wonder for Shaun definitely feels brave, I'd say.
Oh, the Hanging Gardens was by Persia. Yeah, that's...
This is quite the decisive
yeah.
move. Excellent move by Sion, and almost able to fortify the position. I think your call about the forts before, absolutely right. Had there been 4 or 5 forts in the immediate vicinity, we may be in a different direction, but right now Siontific is able to push through, and he does have the numbers advantage, he does have the order advantage, and the tech advantage. This may not go on for another hour, not gonna lie. The
Yeah.
this suddenly turned. We were just about to say, oh, I was, and I apologize. This is looking kind of rough for Scientific to push through, but
May see a pretty sick route chain here, though.
how
We've got a camel archer up north that can be pulled down.
much damage are we able to do? This is an armored elephant after all, so it's quite strong.
Oh yeah,
It's not really dying anytime soon. Our horse is standing in the forest. Excellent play by Scientific. So it's not really easy to kill. We do have the camel archer, and yeah, it's not easy to kill that either. It's possible, but not easy. Very interesting. And what about up north? We still have our units up north, not really close to any kind of action. They won't really be a factor in this battle, neither will the ships be. It looks like Scientific accomplished exactly what he set out to do, actually turn this around and make the battle happen down here.
We've given up on those triremes.
Yeah, but we don't.
So
where we are going, we don't need triremes. We just need stumpy boys pushing in through this mountain range.
yeah.
That's all we need. And we have another assault elephant coming, and behind that another armored elephant. It would be excellent if Scientific could fix his opinion in his hunters. They are quite upset with him. Negative 100 opinion. If that was fixed, he would have a much easier time in here. Yeah. Trying to kill this.
The leader might go down.
I don't think so. But maybe.
I can.
Oh, never mind. We did have the leader. I thought the leader had already attacked. Yeah, we did get the leader. Pretty good defense from Shaun. Not gonna lie, I thought it would have been more difficult to defend this.
Now, on the pushback, the return fire that Sion will give, we're likely going to see the zealot die as well.
Yeah, perhaps. But that was an excellent play by Shaun. I thought he would have had more difficulties clearing this. Not having the commander horse around is gonna make it more difficult. And we are building a fort. We are coming forward, building a fort. Sort of making the timer tick. Are we able to hold the line? We are giving it our all right now. Still looking at a stronger opponent with Erudite. I think the tech is a little misleading, because a lot of the tech has been invested directly into units, which ain't permanent. So I think there is a case for Shaun right here. And I know 2 minutes ago I said, oh, he's toast, which just is a case of I am not really a smart player. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
A plague? Is this a plague?
It is a plague.
Wow.
That
That makes things interesting.
That everything is coming in. For the people not familiar with the plague, its main thing is characters and units are gonna be uh, infected and lose HP, or they might die. So yeah,
Can't see
that's.
that debuff.
I think it's a risk of it spawning.
Hmm.
Um,
I'm gonna get
Science,
up and grab some water real
yeah,
quick. I'll
yeah,
be a moment.
yeah. Cyan has the orders from mainly the excellent. I'll go down here so we can see the action. But he has better laws. He is getting orders from Divine Rule, and he has some pretty decent shrines. These shrines has been built most places, so there's half an order, and I think that's the main part of it. I don't know if he's been building temples. I don't see too many temples yet. Might have missed some of it. Um, but yeah, he is doing pretty well for orders, so we can tell it like this. Camps is also providing quite a lot of orders. Some decent orders. Killed a scout. I mean, that's not really gonna win us the game. It looks difficult to kill this leader on this Paulton. That's gonna be annoying. We did already attack, and the leader is not gonna panic. So that is annoying. Can we kill this in return fire? We shall see. Did any unit get infected with plague? It looks like we do have... Do we have plague anywhere? I think you should be able to tell it down here. Do we see the plague? I don't know. Yeah, this guy is about to die. I can't think Cyan is too satisfied with this. The camel archers are just doing marvelous defending. And again, just to state the science situation we got going. This is the orders. This is the science. It's quite close suddenly. And while Cyan may look like he's far ahead, it's not really the case to that extent, because most of the science has been in tech units. Are we gonna close out a unit? We're gonna close out another unit. If we look at the military score, maybe not to the extent that I thought. It still looks somewhat even. But this is another turn where I'd say Shaun is winning. Shaun's defense has been very impressive. Triple camel archer being built and produced, and in this narrow chokehold they are really doing excellent. Camel archer moving forward up here.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
This looks a little different.
I mean, Shaun is just putting on a very nice defense overall. It's he's also gonna settle a city up top, I think. Yeah. We do, so it's 10 cities to 10 cities. Interesting, we
Is
do...
Sion ready for the pushback through the same channel?
We'll see. We do see Sion having bought some borders in the middle. Flory is saying, presumably we'll see another elephant each turn. He's gonna be... he's gonna outproduce him with the orders. What is this? We do see some angry looking units in the capital for Sion. And that is the issue. No, that is not. That must have been an event with swordsmen and spearmen spawning in the capital of Sion.
Yeah, there's one in the coastal city. There's 2 rebels in the capital, and if he keeps rushing, that may extend further.
It may do.
In my game, the rebels really made a difference to the underdog.
But look how difficult it is to kill just one camel. It's not easy, not at all. And again, if this game state continues, Sion might be in trouble. But he is opening up the middle with buying. Slowly but certainly he's buying.
Oh man, the walls.
The walls might just come in handy. Also having these rebels all over the place is gonna drain a lot of his orders, and I'd like to remind people we didn't see any officers in or military drill for Siontific. He won't be able to keep up with the production infinitely compared to Shaun. At least I don't think so. We do see
he just bought something. Yeah, he's buying more.
He's continuing to buy orders or more tiles. And while this may look very scary, it doesn't change the main narrative that much. It's still Sion trying to push in, but paying premium price for finding an approach that works.
Imagine how much money.
Yeah, he's. I don't know where he.
How many wonders you could buy.
Yeah, he's been spending those money left, right, and center. His economy is better than his opponent, and I think that's what you said earlier. The quality of his improvement is simply better. So he is. He should, if they trade equally, he should be able to outproduce and outperform his opponent. If the numbers are high, but if it's one unit at a time, maybe, just maybe, Shaun can make something happen also with the upset families. So you will have some rebels spawning, making it very interesting. Way more interesting than I thought it would be. Back to Persia. Them not having a religion is just rough. They have 2,000 training and are in a war and have a zealot and are unable to rush. The leader is severely ill. Do we have an heir? She's 4. That's not great. The leader might die soon for Persia. What about the leader is still...
Oh yeah. Yeah.
The leader is still going strong. Anyways, I will have to leave you for maybe 3 minutes or so. I'll
No
leave
worries.
the camera on the action, and I'll be back in a second. It looks like this could go on for a little while, so I'll make preparations for that. Be right back.
Okay. No worries. All right, let's see what's going on. We have 45 orders right now. Nothing has been... Oh, there we go. First movement. Slinger fired into the Spearman. That Spearman has Highlander, so it's going to be taking a lot less damage standing there. The heals... you know, that could be a choice. I would have liked to see those units pulled back a little bit, but if it's for the sake of orders, you need to do things up north. I understand. Well, the Spearman was promoted. I assume that was the Highlander promotion, which I'm not upset about. If you're at the front line, you need any extra help. All right. I'm gonna check up north. Yeah, we have some movement up north where you all can't see right now. The warriors are healing up after clearing all that. Spearman's healed up. Sadarvar. Oh man. Sadarviza is building walls and amassing units. He seems to be bringing all the tiny units up. Maybe intending to make a small push into the opposite area of where Sion is pushing. We do have a Rebel War Elephant. Not sure if Boldus already spotted that. That is not fun.
I am sort of half back. I'm eating a little bit, so I'm muted, but I can control the camera.
No worries. We're seeing a lot of orders being spent on healing, and as we know, we're in a plague right now, so diseased units will keep taking that damage. Personally, I don't like to hit heal unit every time a unit takes damage from plague. Oh, PBM, welcome. Let me check out the graphs. Starting with the most important science, well, the most impactful to this game. Around turn 60 to turn 75, Siontific was doubling Persia's science intake, but has always been above. Now Persia's science output is higher than Moira's science output. A lot of the science that Moira was producing was put into buying free units. However, they're still ahead in tech. Training is about neck and neck. Moira is above in culture. Moira is not doing very well for happiness. Minus 88 right now in the happiness production versus Persia's 56 or 53. Money is in the gutter for Sion at negative 208 versus Persia's positive 114. As far as orders, Scientific is ahead. I believe he may be producing temples. He does own most of all of the religions but one, and has been investing into them. I'm not sure if we've seen any theologies be implemented, but that is certainly contributing to orders. Now, however, overall orders, Persia has had more, but right now we've got about a 15 order difference between the two, with Scientific ahead. Looks like there's some action going on, so I will tab back into the graphs later.
Mainly what transpired while you were talking, I showed the graphs briefly while you were talking. We saw the lines in the war kind of being drawn. We didn't see Scientific push in too hard, so they might be at a standstill, and we saw the rebel elephant being dealt with. And we've seen some action on the ocean with the Byreme being moved into the center, and another one being rushed by Scientific. So, exciting
I
stuff.
see. Yeah, will the tactician be useful in naval combat? Will that deal return damage? Doesn't look like it.
It will. It's gonna be pretty nice to have.
Okay.
And it seems like we got another rebel elephant.
Yeah. Huh.
I mean, at least we have one very happy Riders family, and the Rider family is building at least some of our units.
Mm-hmm.
We see a lot
Focusing
of
those camel archers here.
a lot
Very,
of
very
orders,
useful on this map.
a lot of orders being spent on just healing units, and as you said before, with the plague ongoing, that's gonna quickly drain a lot of orders.
Yeah, we may see the healing actually come in handy. I mean, if Sion's army continues to take the chip damage from the plague, they're all going to be pretty ripe for a route chain.
Right now they show us similar in strength or in power, so it's gotten closer.
More healing up in the north. Christianity spreading to not where it needs to be, but we did have monasteries going up. We have one Samarkand with a Christian disciple sitting in it.
5 turns we'll see machinery, pretty
Yeah.
strong tech, having to put down onagers. However, the opposition is gonna be horse riders, which is a pretty good counter, I'd say, to onagers. I'm a bit concerned for Scientific. He's having 3 rebels in his capital. That's annoying to deal with.
Yeah.
And the law number, I really think Shaun should adopt one of the laws here. Should go for tyranny or constitution. He does have the civics, no reason not to do it. Looks like the plague is over. It's still gonna linger for a little bit and deal a little bit of damage. So yeah, that is annoying. Should pull back his maceman and heal a lot. These slingers are doing excellent damage. Doing 10 damage to into
The
the warrior.
marksman slinger with eagle eye.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. With a getting a general on that guy would be pretty helpful.
But
72 orders. This guy.
it would seem we sort of, or at least to some extent, are trying to fix our family opinion. We fixed the hunter opinion, but we still have the riders being very upset with us. Are we? I wonder if we are running missions, giving family gifts and stuff like that. That is the exact reason you'd like to have Moria, as they can be cheap at those missions. But I don't know if we're running those
I don't.
missions.
The Chancellor was just assigned 2 turns ago, and the Spy Master was assigned this turn. I'm not sure if Sion can afford to run any missions with the economy that he has right now. While he may be ahead in food, iron, and stone, he's in a deficit with gold.
Both of the players are having issues. I wonder if Sion overextended here with his ship in the middle.
We'll have to see.
It looks like his leader. Did he switch leader? Did he up to abdicate? He's having a zealot now with robust and swift. Didn't he have a commander just before?
Yeah, he did.
Remember
The commander was taken off the field.
Yeah.
Could have been the
It's
death.
It's still the same guy. It must have been an event, I think. I'm almost certain.
No, no, yeah, right. You're right.
It looks like we brought back some units to deal with the home situation, and I think that's worth. But we're running a lot of. We are slowly building some economy. This is a pretty phenomenal game right now. We have 4 ships. 2 ships got built. Are we able to kill a ship, I wonder? Perhaps we can bring in a unit. Yeah, but we're making a mistake here, I think. He could take his camel archer and fire upon the enemy ships along with all his ships and kill the ships, but he's opting to kill the elephant instead, and I think that's a mistake. Might still be able to do something.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah.
The event that allowed the leader to switch was called Bleak Light of Day. And it seems like you can remove stress and make the character a zealot with the bonus of getting a minister.
We have a bit of a situation going on. We have our leader being doomed in Persia, and we don't really have any heirs, to speak of currently. Looks like we will be able to get that tactician. We did bring down some.
Oh, good. Oh, good for him, not Sion.
Still, he did a lot of damage to all those ships, and it had to pay for force march. But getting those slingers down from the north and into the fray, that is value in itself. And suddenly we see Sion building biremes left, right, and center. And I understand why, but
A little late.
perhaps not. He's gonna be able to do a pretty good work with these slingers, and that was one of the reasons I wanted the camel go all the way to the edge of that little isle and prevent landfall from Scientific. Because next turn he's gonna take his armored elephants, move them across the bay, and deal with these two. At least I think that could be a play, and deal with these slingers. But on the other hand, that might be dangerous.
Priority.
Might be dangerous to move in that direction, but overall the pressure, in my opinion, is more on Persia, as they need to make something happen, and that's difficult. But it's amazing they brought the game to this rather close battle, even though Scientific is miles ahead on most metrics. It still feels quite competitive.
The initiation on Sion's end, I felt just lacked the spearhead.
Yeah.
And he put too much faith into the onager being able to make way for the rest of his units, that he had no answer when that was no longer the case. Now we're seeing biremes being pumped out to try to get a flank on. We were seeing tile buying, and we're getting a rushed elephant every turn. It's going to take a toll. There's a great fatigue on his nation right now, just supporting the amount of pressure that he's putting on. And Shaun's doing a great job defending without sacrificing too much. I hope he's still doesn't look like he's got his workers doing much, but he's gonna have the hanging gardens.
I mean,
he's got that.
It's the case for both players. They are sort of sacrificing everything to keep them afloat in this battle, and I think that's the right call for both players. But I just think Sion has more to give, basically, which it is gonna favor him. But he was ahead before as well, so it's not like it's a new situation we're dealing with.
Well, let's see who can get an onager out first to this battle line. I think that'll determine what breaks this wall here.
Having
we are seeing action up here in the middle of the map.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was attempting to talk about just before. I think this avenue is gonna be a lot easier to fight for Scientific, and we definitely see an opening here. Killing two slingers, taking the advantage, taking the initiative, killed one boat. Maybe he could kill another. He's probably looking. Yeah, he could bring a slinger and a warrior and kill one of the boats. Or just bring one elephant. Killed a few units down south as well. Also very nice. This is a pretty good turn for Siontific, and to make matters worse, next turn most likely Shaun's leader is gonna die. As it's doomed, which is unlucky. But Sion has a lot of orders to give, also having Swift along with the Zealot. He's got so much movement, which makes these engagements a lot easier to optimize.
It's it's so busted.
It's so nice, yeah. And he did bring up the elephant as I talked about before.
Hmm.
So he is gonna
Wow.
win the water, I think. Yeah. And
Yeah, I don't know if Sean can hold both fronts here.
this was a rough turn for Sean, and he's gonna lose his leader. Come, at least I think so. And he had a pretty good leader, so never mind. He's not. Oh, yeah, the leader died.
Yep.
Who is gonna take? We do have a zealot capable of leading the nation, I think. But
Wait.
it's not a great zealot.
For a moment, I thought we were going to see Confucius as the king.
We are building camels all around. Camels are great, but look at the resources from. Look at the resources. 15 food each turn, 8 iron. It's sort of difficult to keep up the military production when you don't have any resources to speak of, and we can see the stone prices is falling. They've been clearly selling the stone price. Assigned our leaders. We lost around 30 or so of our legitimacy. However,
They have the option to take an inquiry 3 to get machinery this turn.
yeah, that's probably the right call. Although you have to become debauched, which is... I still think that it might be the right call here, but you never want to to get that trade. I think it's one, if not the worst trade you could... Maybe foolish. Negative
Luckily,
science is worse, but...
it's a regent, so until it'll only be for 10 years until the
Yeah, that is true.
the daughter takes the throne.
And you're not really in a position to concern yourself with unhappiness in your cities in 15 turns. That's not really an issue for now. It sort of fixed our family relations, although the hunters dislike us a bit. We are having better relations with statesmen now. I'm really sad about our decisions regarding our luxury resources. We've opted not to give anything at all to families and put everything into cities. I think we need some better relationship with the families. We should have given the hunters some fur at the very least. That would have helped immensely earlier. Wonder how
Just to
much...
call out.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, we have 3 agents set up from Siontific into the Persian Empire. I don't see them running any missions, and we're still a few techs away for insurrection. I know I've heard Sion talk about, oh, I'd love to see a game won by insurrection. So maybe if this game goes long enough, we will see something like that.
That could be. This is unfortunate. Look at how close Sean is to get that salad. Oh, he might get it. He moved
Oh man,
yeah, that's it's
there
well
we
played.
go.
But I wonder if he's gonna pay the price. A lot of slingers can get somewhat close. Pummel one of the ships. Kill the other. There is a ship coming out. And his units are pretty close to the front lines. He could lose some units here. Not the greatest units, but still units. I think Scientific is gonna be very satisfied with just getting some kills in. It's gonna help his
Oh,
legitimacy. It's gonna help with the morale.
I think they opted to take the culture. We still have machinery.
Yeah, I think you were right in your assessment about that turn. To see a horseman being rushed. The orthodoxy and the ability to rush units and having the order advantage. It's very difficult to deal with. It seems like Sean opted to go for Constitution to up his science. I think he's doing pretty good regarding science currently. But we are building slingers as we cannot afford to build anything better. So everything is gonna be slingers, and slingers are gonna die pretty fast versus horsemen. Looking here for the turn to go over. We do see the science is favoring Persia by quite the margin, but
Yeah.
I still don't think it's gonna matter a lot because you don't really need science for where Scientific is going. He got the horseman and he's got the the question coming in, how is Moria doing resource wise? A lot better. Not without issues, but a lot better overall. More food, more iron, more stone. He's losing
We got
gold,
a
but
route chain of 2 already. Sorry to interrupt.
not it's cool. I don't think he's gonna get the camel, which may be what you actually wanted to get in the first place. Yeah. Look at this excellent position. Maybe he could have done it with a spearman as well, but this ship ain't leaving. So we see Scientific is taking control of the sea. So he's gonna have anchor in this little sea. Nothing, at least not right now, nothing Sean can do about that. Gonna be difficult to deal with. And we are moving some. Yeah, we prevented a fort from being made. It looks like we might end up sacrificing a unit for it. Our assault elephant. But we did get a warrior in the trade, and I think we can feel... Ooh, we do have a horseman able to come in and do some damage. That is bold. I don't know if that's the right call, but damaging the family relations is not without value, because your
Right.
enemy is also fighting family opinion, just as Scientific is. Um, but damn, had he rushed a single, just a single trapper, or built a single trapper in his one of his cities, given that to the riders, it would give so much opinion. Would have been so nice. We still have the mild plague going on.
Isn't it? If the units are bunched up together, they'll keep having a chance to spread it to one another.
Not, I don't remember. Yeah, at this, it looks like it's spreading to adjacent. So he did just Is this weaponry like they actually did back in the Middle Ages with sending the plague over the walls with
Oh
onagers and
yeah.
catapults? This is advanced biochemical warfare. That shouldn't be allowed. Chemical weapons shouldn't really be a thing.
It's good disarm.
Yeah, it's a very nice disarm.
I don't know if that changes anything in regard to how many are attacking.
You're still gonna be able to deal with it. But look at the reinforcements. We have a militia, we have slinger, 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 warrior, warrior, wall, and two ships.
One more turn, we'll get that onager.
Yeah, that is
See
true.
what happens then.
Yeah, but he won't be able to rush them out anywhere, so it's still gonna take a few turns. And I don't think the onagers is gonna be enough. But again, 2 or 3 onagers down south would sort of stop that that aggression.
Mm-hmm.
But we lost 7 units last turn. This turn we've killed 3. I don't know if we'll get more. Scientific is trading favorable currently. Yeah. Oh, we got warlike on our regent. That's nice. We'd like to see that. And engineer is not that bad. 10% versus ship. It's not without any value, but we've sort of lost the battle. I like how Scientific brought his scouts into the fray in the middle of the map. I don't know how much value they've provided, but some. Looks like we are we doing the Magnus special with militia? We might.
Let's see.
Let's see one.
What are these production queues looking like? Not from Sion.
But Sean is having 1 militia in the fray, and 1 is being built. But it's such a difficult task to kill these elephants that it's discouraging to say the least.
Yeah.
Dealing 3 damage while you take 15. Here comes the militia.
No.
Ooh, Scientific is feeling it as well.
If only.
We have 4 cities with Christianity, responding to a question in chat.
Oh.
We're healing all our units, but the economy is not there. I like how we are building this hanging gardens. I think Scientific maybe not.
He's gonna let that go.
He's just gonna let him build it, yeah. But he maybe could interrupt it if he really wanted to. Not certain about it, but maybe.
I'm not quite sure he can push back down here in the south.
Yeah, we've said that before, and then he sort of found a way. This plague is
plague.
That plague is just continuing to spread around the units. It's quite fun. But the build queues are just better and more clean.
Got a horseman, the zealot leader assigned to over in Tucson.
Oh, he has signed it?
Yeah, right above the city. The zealot leader went on to the horseman unit.
Ah, yeah, I see. But
oh no!
look the value. I'm sorry I missed some of it, chat. But we
Um,
basically had got a lot of value. A lot of value. We did get the ship. Yeah, this is starting to get difficult.
Persia is considered weaker.
It's been that case for a little while. And still primitive. So
I don't see onagers. I don't know, man.
we got an elephant down south. And Sion is relentless. He's just moving forward. He doesn't care. Not sure it's the right call, but he is.
I can't route if the spearman's planted there. So that was a very smart move.
He went forward with this in the forest, upgraded it instead of hitting to the right. It seems to me like he would have gotten that cavalry, but I might be mistaken. Maybe he needed the extra damage and figured he quite not didn't have it.
I think it's about the zone of control because with the plague going around, he may be afraid of the route chain that could be possible. But if he's got a militia parked in that tree line, that Paulton cavalry won't be able to chain the route from unit to unit.
Maybe that could be it. But it looks to me like we are running out of steam for Persia. We see the... Let's just try to get the correct name, and the Magna Special, upgrading the workers to the militia.
Oh.
and not quite making it work. I'm sorry, that was mean.
It's conscript. It's conscript.
Yeah, I know. And this is militia, so that's why it doesn't work. Not even close to working. This looks very difficult. Looking at the graphs for, I mean, military, we've seen a severe drop off the last few turns for Persia, along with orders still being in favor of scientific, and he's still massively ahead in science.
I hate to do with Theobaldus, but I do have to go.
No, it's cool. We've been streaming for 5 hours. I don't know why, but I mainly cast games going for 5 hours or so. So, but to be fair, I think in a little while we'll have a winner interview, and I think I'll stay around. Sure. I don't see them continue this for long.
Okay.
Cheers.
Well, cheers. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you too. And alright, chat. It's just you and me now, along with these two players still going at it. They've been playing for 5 hours now, and I mean, it's a decent turn for Persia. They do get something back here. Can do another route. Actually, a very, very impressive route chain they got going. Can they have the workers? Getting the workers is quite valuable, as the opinion for scientific is not there at all. Do we have enough to punish this aggressive move forward. This... We do see another worker being promoted. This is very much the last effort, but damn, he's doing marvelously for his last effort. Really impressive stuff by Shaun. I think he should be very proud of himself for this game overall. Especially the later stages of the game. I think the beginning was a bit rough around the edges, but it's coming together. And we see, it would seem we rushed an Onager with Civics, I presume. Yeah, we rushed an Onager with Civics. And yeah, that's nice. It's gonna make it a bit more difficult to hold. Maybe I would have rushed in a Rider City. Ooh, it seems we finally fixed our family opinion. Are we able to kill this unit? It's pretty strong. Okay, we are strong as well. Yeah, we killed the leader. It's gonna feel great. Gonna be able to kill this. Or maybe we go 7, 10. Yeah, we can do this. And then this can get in. Kill this. And are we able to kill this somehow? Then we could maybe get all the way over here. I'm certain he's looking through all his options right now. Not quite it. Do we have anything else? Any of these guys capable of dealing? No, I don't see it. Not quite. Yeah, it's a negative 20 opinion for losing a civilian when a worker dies for 10 turns or so. Do we have... it is a question from the chat. I don't see it currently, but it can stack up. Yeah, pray for the crit might be the play here. Can we make anything happen up north? Maybe. Maybe we can. Looking at Persia, might be able to find it. Failed to protect our workers. There's it. Okay, it looks like that might be a GG, if I'm not mistaken. Shaun is calling the GG. Or at least he's saying we can end this. I have no ace up my sleeve. Not entirely sure if that's a GG, but I think it is. And honestly, I think it is a GG. Siontific finally getting machinery next turn. And we are back to Shaun. The first Onager on the field, ready for action, but I don't think it's gonna matter at this time. We simply don't have enough firepower to fight back with the onslaught. And there we have it, GG. That was a marvelous game. Well played to both competitors. I definitely think Shaun played the last part of this game excellent, but he was pretty far behind in the beginning stages and made it back. So impressive work by Sean. And also gotta give a lot of props to Siontific. His ability to bring out the unusual strats is intact. Bringing out the diplomat and trying to make hunts work. I don't think he's gonna be satisfied with the performance of the strat, but I think he had fun, and that in itself is always great. I'll see if I can get an interview. And it looks to me like we might have an interview. I will attempt to join the channel. Hello, guys.
Hey,
Hello.
Boldus, sorry for the long game there, buddy. Thanks for sticking with us.
Nah, it's cool. My crucial timer was around 10 minutes ago, and I thought I could see the end of this, so I stuck around. So it's all good.
Oh my god.
Well, it means a lot. I'm glad you cut the whole thing. I had a feeling that we were going to be ending soon anyway. That's kind of part of why I didn't want to stop, like, when you guys asked, like, 45 minutes ago. It's like, dude, if I could just break through this, I'm pretty sure it's over. But,
Yeah.
man, Sean, what the hell? That was so hard. Good job.
If I could have held that, I literally have one onager being rushed and two more that I could rush next turn when Civic's boost came in. If I could have held it until then, I think it was good, but it didn't. Oh man. And now
Yeah,
that
I kind of just
science
abandoned
graph,
the choke a little bit and started going north. And that was working a little better for me. And I also had just gotten stirrups like a while back, like maybe 10 or so turns ago. So I did have horsemen and stuff to try and route if onagers showed up. But those camels are nightmarish on Arid. And, oh, dude, zealots are the worst, man. Not only do they just suck in general, but also since you can't panic leaders or anything anymore or disarm them, that one zealot made it impossible for me to get through that choke point.
yep. And then his wife took over because his kid wasn't old enough and she was zealot too.
Every turn, I knew you only had a kid, and it was like every turn I was waiting for him to die, and I was just like, die, die, die. And then I got a lucky event. I had a commander, and I got a lucky event that transformed me into a zealot. And on the same turn, I leveled up. The exact same turn, I leveled up, and I got swift. So the turn before you died, I transformed into a swift zealot, and I checked your leader. You were doomed. And I thought to myself, finally, I'll break through. And then literally the next turn, a zealot was on the throne again, and I lost it. I lost it.
Oh, looking at this science graph now, you had me long before this. This was you had twice as much science as I did.
That's
yeah,
wild.
It was.
Yeah, it was a bit of a slower game for me. So yeah, sorry about that for the stream because I know I have a reputation for being aggressive early. But what's funny is I was going to try the diplomat thing even before we decided to keep the Huns on, and that actually messed my tempo up with that respect because the Huns are so much harder. They're so much more expensive to maintain peace with. So by the time I actually was ready to have my first alliance with them, like I did the mission and everything, I couldn't actually afford it. And then I even actually, it needed something like 500 gold or whatever, but I was giving them tributes already up to that point that I was broke, and I had forgotten that normally when you do an alliance, they ask you to pay them something. And this is any tribe. They ask you for a couple hundred food or a couple hundred gold or whatever. So I didn't have it. And then I was like, but it was a small enough number, like 500, that I sold my entire stockpile to try and get the tribe. And I was actually including moving workers and scouts around, chopping and harvesting, right? And I actually was 20 gold short. So I basically, not only did I not get the alliance, but I wasted an entire turn trying to do it, and I had to try to get the alliance again 5 turns later. It was
I'm
awful.
pretty sure we caught that on stream, and I called it out, and it was very entertaining to seeing you paying 200 gold per turn to have 3 units to move around at your leisure. That was very much not worth it in the long haul.
Yeah.
But
So that at first when I saw the Huns, I was like, "Oh, cool! I can do this, and it's going to be even harder for Sean." But like I said, the original idea didn't even involve the Huns because I don't know if you guys caught this too. But by the time I finally settled both the Huns spots, I immediately tried to alliance the Numidians. Like I broke my alliance with the Huns, and I allianced the Numidians, and I missed that window by 1 turn. Literally, the mission was active. I got doomed. I died the next turn, so it didn't fire off.
I
So,
think
the Huns just ruined my whole alliance juggling free settling tempo because I didn't build a military unit for like the first 40 turns.
I had similar experience with playing Yushi and trying to vassalize the tribe, the Huns. Didn't work out for me. But I still think it worked out for you. I think Sean got thrown out of his tempo in the initial and built
So much.
way too many units for the beginning of the game. Had he opted to go for the Huns immediately instead of the last barbarian side and just build workers instead of at least half of his initial units, I think we would have a very different game on our hands.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
the Huns
agree.
are interesting. It's one of those things where it's like, I actually think everyone's scared of them. Like, oh, don't declare war on the Huns because they'll all aggro you. But I honestly think you should just declare war on them and try to kill them as quickly as possible. Especially if you have something like a zealot or a tactician where like clearing a little bit earlier. Because if you let them sit, then they'll build up, and that way when you end up at war with them, they're even harder to take out.
Yeah, I saw your unit. I saw the Hun units that you were clearly controlling coming down that lake. I was like, no. Nice try, though. I'm going to go right at him now.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. Yeah, even then, my plan... Oh, man, what a fun game. What an interesting game. But yeah, it was a little bit slower on my tempo. I think this play style, like the diplomat thing, I've practiced it a little bit. Also, one of the reasons why I tried it with Maria is because Maria gets discounts on all their missions.
Yep.
So one of the kind of like gates to being able to get alliances easily is like it costs a lot of training or whatever. So it's like the diplomat doesn't generate any training. And so with Maria having half price on all training and civic missions, it actually made it easier for me to do the whole piece out on everything. So I've been exploring this as a playstyle of like, what if I just don't have to build a military for the first 30 turns, so I could just play expansive.
No, Sean. I think your first, sorry, Sion. I think your first unit was turn 46 or something like that, not 30.
No, seriously, I had no units. But obviously that's not going to work on every map, right? Like if it's a smaller continent map, I know that this map is like we're further apart and there's rugged terrain and shit. So I felt a little safe trying to risk it. But like I would never do this on like a donut map, like the dual donut map we have.
I'd practiced this enough that I knew that we had time and we didn't have to rush. But I actually had a Persia build that I was wanting to try that I didn't get. Well, I didn't get to because I wasn't confident, and it was a double cleric start. If I can see one pasture, then I'm relatively confident, and if I can see 2 pastures, which happened a significant number of times in my tests, then I could just immediately do double clerics opener. I could get Judaism with those 2, and then I could just build monasteries and get a ton of science. And I didn't see that, and I was like, okay, well, I mean, I'm still been practicing with Persia. I still know their kit, but like, man, my science was rough.
That was part of why I went on religion spam on my side of the map, because I didn't know for the longest time what your families were. So I tried to see if I could deny your different, because like also we didn't really have the best pasture layout and stuff like that. So I went for a pasture. Basically, yes, since I wasn't building any units. I went for ranchers, I went for acolytes, I went for all sorts of shit super early.
Yeah, it was rough.
Sion, your second leader was a beast regarding science.
Oh my god.
That was insane what he managed to pull. He he did carry this old world towards a modern future. That was impressive what you pulled off with that guy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure around that turn 70, 74 mark where we see that big drops, I'm pretty sure that is both a Grand Vizier dying, because I had a pretty decent schemer who might have been intelligent, but I can't remember anymore, who was Grand Vizier in half of my cities because they didn't have governors. And then I also had my insane ruler that also died around that time. Like one died and then the other died.
No.
And yeah, man, that's a massive, massive drop.
Oh man, if I could have just held, I didn't like. I knew you were so far ahead of me in science to that point, but I just assumed you were still ahead of me in science per turn. Oh man, if I could have held that choke a little longer or across the water. I knew you were going to start coming across the water. That's why I had those boats, but I didn't have anyone to put on them. And I saw your boats. I'm like, crap.
I think I said on stream, Siontific is doing his very best to throw this game by going through that little choke down there instead of just going over the water. I mean, you had this game in the bag for quite a while, at least from my perspective, with the information I had access to. But insisting on trying to make that one-way choke working into Sentinels with the absolute marvelous defense, I gotta say, from Shaun.
Yeah, it really was.
Almost made it interesting in the very end, because I knew a lot of the science you had was one bonus tech cards for units that wouldn't really get a lot of value. Obviously, you still had the 7 laws, and you, especially orthodoxy, and you pulled out that to great effect. But there is a world where Shaun was holding this down and slowly clawed his way back in the game with rebels spawning back in your lands, Siontific, and yeah, one mistake after another. But it wasn't this game.
It was a very good game. I think he did very well, and yeah, it was a little bit hubris. I kind of reached a point where I'm like, no, man, I'm just gonna smash through this thing. I got stompies, and then what really threw me off, where I decided just to say screw it, is when you put right at the Ares Mountains, right at that choke point, where that skeleton is currently.
There's so many skeletons in that spot, but yeah.
No, but the one that's surrounded by all of our units, like the one that's literally just not on a tile, it's just by, I'm sorry, not like, it's just by itself.
Yep.
Right by the river. When you were standing, when you put your zealot on that tile, and I took like a turn or two to try and like do something about it, I realized, oh man, as long as there's a zealot here, I'm literally never going to be able to get through this choke point now.
Nope.
So that was the point when I was like, okay, well, ocean time.
Yeah, man, that one camel archer on the hill, that's he was so much fun.
Camels are insane, man. I've been saying it for a long time. People don't buy it, but they're basically like 8 or 9 strength units in arid tile. So on a map like this, man, it's very easy to get a powerhouse of unit, and I mean it's ranged and they're fast as hell. So like I love camels.
Yeah, and very good call on your part, Shaun, going for the camels. I think sticking with forestry and then going land consolidation afterwards, that must have been a tough choice, but I think it was the right choice. So I gotta give you props to that. It
was tough, and I also had no idea where to get any other science besides those groves. And so at least I was lucky that I had a scholar, and I like the card redraw got me to the order I wanted. I was able to get to land consolidation when I wanted, but if I hadn't, it would have been bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I decided not to go for land consolidation myself. One thing I ended up doing a lot too, which I'm sure you guys caught on stream, is I ended up using inquiries a lot more than I was expecting.
Yeah.
But that actually worked out, what I think anyway, really well for me. And what made me start to do that was basically kind of that same mentality where I was thinking to myself, well, I guess I don't really need to build units yet. So there kind of became this mentality where it's like, okay, so I can do inquiries. I have enough workers, just get my economy decent, and then I can start spamming trash like slingers, warriors, and spears from my exterior rider seats or whatever. And then once I hit 7 laws, I can just ortho rush a bunch of stompies out.
One thing that surprised me, Cyan, you opted not to go for any luxury resources at all, and
Yeah.
insisted on having rebels and minus 10% on some of your units for extended periods of the game. I think maybe you could consider giving them a little bit of luxury in the next game, just a tad bit. I think that would go a long way.
I was trying to channel my inner ninja and just like not worry too much, but then yeah, eventually my political situation right now is actually okay because I finally got everybody following Hinduism, and now that I'm a zealot, like that boosted everybody up. But yeah, for a while there it was a little rough, and um, well, it really sucked.
But it was entertaining. It was a long game, but it was also a very entertaining game. I think both myself and Magnus and the stream thought it interesting. So well played, both of you. And yeah, I imagine the viewers will know the both of you, as you are both casting quite a lot of games. But it was a pleasure to actually watch you play. And yeah, any of you have any final remarks? If not, then I think I'm gonna call it here.
Yep, just
No,
thanks for streaming and thanks for sticking with us, buddy. It was a great game, and Sean, very well played. Good luck in the in round two.
thank you very much. I echo Scion. Thanks for sticking with us the whole time, Boldus, and thanks everyone who was watching.
Yeah, I
Bye,
think
guys.
that's gonna be the last comment. See you guys, and thanks for watching. And yeah, bye bye.